Before we start begin the markup, and I'd like to welcome all of you back to Die Hard 2, the sequel. Allow me, first of all, take some time to thank the members of the committee for their participation, their endurance, and for moving the legislative responsibility of this committee forward. We will be dealing with very significant pieces of legislation in the upcoming months, and this markup thus far has allowed us to better understand what's ahead, whether it's going to be online or in person. Those items will be part of what we'll be doing in the next few months. And also today, let me announce that after the management of HR 1517, I will yield to Ms. DeGette, and she's very kind and gracious and willing to manage HR 1505 and HR 1506. I really appreciate Ms. DeGette's willingness to do so, and you know, we all realize she does that very, very well. And we will, as per the prior announcement, when we get into the formal meeting, the votes will be at the end of the markup. We'll take the votes that are requested, and we will continue to finish the votes that on 1517 is on the piece of legislation, Mr. Levins, I believe. And then that will be the date. So thank you for that. The committee shall now come to order. We are meeting today to consider 7 pieces of legislation. All have been properly notified and circulated electronically along with copies of timely filed amendments, and will be available on the committee repository at docs.house.gov. Late amendments are also circulated electronically. Pursuant to committee rules, members of the committee may submit written opening statements for the record. I ask that members may revise and extend the remarks and the bills to be considered at this markup, and those remarks included in the record as well. Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess subject to the call of the chair. Pursuant to Committee Rule 3I and House Rule 11 and Clause 2, I announce that I may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment which a recorded vote of the ayes and nays has been requested. Documents, amendments, and or motions must be submitted to the HNRC doc email from a House maintained email address. Under Committee Rule 3L, anyone present in the hearing today must wear a protective mask covering their mouth and their nose. Please note that as with our in-person meetings, members are responsible for their own microphones. As usual, members can be muted by staff only to avoid inadvertent background noise. I strongly recommend that members use the grid view and pin the timer so it remains visible. Finally, members experiencing technical problems should inform the committee immediately. The item for consideration before the committee today is HR 1517 offered by Representative Porter. I ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee on Energy and Mineral Resources be discharged from further consideration of the bill, and without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. At this point, I would like to recognize the sponsor of the legislation, Representative Porter, to speak to her legislation. Representative, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My bill would modernize the so-called fiscal system for onshore oil and gas production on federal land. This includes the share of revenue that oil and gas companies pay to taxpayers for the resources they extract on public land. It also includes the rental fees that they pay to lease that land from taxpayers and the minimum amount that they have to pay to acquire that land in the first place. Parts of this fiscal system are more than 100 years old. There is not a single commodity or industry that is the same as it was even 40 years ago, let alone 100. Why are we still managing our energy resources like cars or just replacing horses? And 65% of the country doesn't have electricity. Modernizing the fiscal system is just common sense. It would also generate more than $12 billion in government revenue, half of which would go back to oil and gas producing states. That's why this bill has bipartisan support in the Senate, with Senators Grassley and Rosen leading the companion. In addition, my bill would require onshore oil and gas companies to keep better records and pay inspection fees so that government watchdogs can make sure taxpayers aren't being cheated. Call me old-fashioned, but I believe that corporations should follow the letter of the law and that the government should have the tools to enforce it. Taxpayers are not getting their fair share under the current system, but you don't have to take my word for it. This bill is endorsed by groups across the political spectrum, from Taxpayers for Common Sense to the Project on Government Oversight to the Wilderness Society. And almost everything in it is based on recommendations from the nonpartisan Government Accountability Office. I have my views on the oil and gas industry and on climate change and on transitioning away from fossil fuels, but this bill isn't about that. It's about basic government accountability, protecting taxpayer dollars, and the reality that natural resources management has changed in the last 100 years. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields. Thank you. Before we consider amendment, does anybody else want to be recognized on the legislation?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Westerman, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and greetings from the, you talked about Die Hard. This hearing may be a combination of Die Hard and the Polar Express from the committee room where it's a balmy 58 degrees. I think the architect of the Capitol is trying to combat climate change here in the hearing room. Apparently the HVA system is not working. But Mr. Chairman, I oppose this bill. It's both short-sighted and one-sided. It makes numerous amendments to our mineral leasing laws, all of which are designed to make oil and gas leasing on federally owned land more difficult and to produce domestic energy. When I say it's one-sided, you're only hearing one side of the story. This bill talks about the royalty rates and systems that were put in place long ago that have worked well up until this point in time, but it doesn't talk about or address the issues of the increased cost of producing on federal lands. And if we wanted to have a meaningful discussion about royalty rates, we'd also have a discussion about the increased cost and bureaucratic time delays that are associated with producing on federal lands. This bill simply nickels and dimes the industry into an unprofitable state by increasing every federal royalty rate and fee for federal oil and gas leasing and production. While my colleagues are quick to point out that the federal royalty rate is lower than state royalty rates, the fact remains that federal lands are not nearly as competitive and continue to lag behind state and private lands. This effort will not return more revenue to the taxpayer. Instead, this bill will diminish our ability to produce reliable domestic energy with the proverbial death by 1,000 cuts. This bill will drive investment away from our federal lands, jeopardizing the livelihoods of hardworking Americans in the West and throughout the country. And it almost seems like that's what the underlying effort with this bill is not to make it more fair, not to get a better bang for the buck for the taxpayer, but to simply drive energy production off of federal lands for good. Arbitrarily increasing the cost of operating on federal lands will reduce the supply of reliable, affordable energy necessary to power our homes and businesses, reduce revenue to the states and taxpayers, and eliminate well-paying jobs in rural and coastal communities. Notably, shutting down energy development on federal lands will threaten a key revenue source for our schools at a time when they need it the most. For this and other reasons, I strongly oppose this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlemen, yields. Anyone else wish to be considered to discuss the legislation? Anyone wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, who seeks to be recognized?
Stauber, Minnesota.
Mr. Stauber, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk on behalf of my colleague, Lauren Bobert of Colorado.
We'll be getting to that amendment. We'll be getting to that amendment process as soon as there's no further discussion on the substance of the legislation, then we'll move into amendments and we will recognize her and you can speak for that amendment at that point.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Representative Porter's legislation? Now, let me recognize myself. I strongly support the legislation that's been introduced by my colleague and friend from California, Representative Porter. Fossil fuel companies drilling on America's public lands have been getting a sweetheart deal for years. And it wasn't just the last administration with their goal basically their goal was to hand over everything over to the fossil fuel industry. Some of the fees that companies pay haven't increased for decades, if not generations. The royalty rate has been the same for over 100 years, and the rental and minimum bid amounts haven't increased since the 1980s. These outdated fiscal terms advantage fossil fuel development over other public uses, such as wildlife protection, hunting, outdoor recreation, and clean energy development. I think we need to balance the scales, and Representative Porter does that by making companies pay their fair share. And this bill also ends key oil and gas giveaways on public land and ensures taxpayers receive what's due for their shared ownership of this public asset. And I want to thank Representative Porter for HR 1517. I'll yield back the balance of my time and recognize anyone else who wishes to speak to the legislation. If there's no further debate, we will begin the amendment process at this point. Representative Porter, you have an amendment designated as number 2, and you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This amendment will increase the minimum bid amount, and it will do so in a way that will conform to the Senate companion bill, bipartisan Senate companion bill by Senators Grassley and Rosen. It really reflects the bipartisan consensus on this issue. In real terms, minimum bids are about 75% lower today than they were in 1980. And oil and gas companies are pocketing that difference, which should be going to taxpayers. Adjusting the minimum bid to $10 reflects the bipartisan consensus. This proposal would raise millions of dollars for taxpayers each year, 50% of which would go back to oil and gas producing states. My amendment also gives a degree of flexibility to tribes with oil and gas resources to manage these as they see fit. Oil and gas is an important source of revenue for these historically underserved communities, and I look forward to hearing from all stakeholders in modernizing our oil and gas fiscal system. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chair, this is McCollum.
Representative McCollum, you're recognized.
Ms. Porter, I'm assuming on page 23 after paragraph, subparagraph after line 17 that you had discussions with the tribes. And the reason why I'm asking this is I'm going to be asking about this with any amendments that have tribes in, that there's been consultation or that the Senate had consultation. And this, I support your amendment, but I just want to be clear whether or not the tribes had consultation on this.
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized to respond?
Gentlelady's recognized.
We absolutely have, and I thank my colleague for raising this issue. And in fact, I would like permission, Mr. Chair, to enter 2 letters into the record. And one of them is a letter from Fort Berthold Protectors of Water and Earth Rights. It's a volunteer organization made up of members of the federally recognized 3 affiliated tribes. And I also have a letter in support of this bill from 3 Native-led organizations from Navajo Nation and the 3 affiliated tribes. And I'd like to put those letters into the record to demonstrate support from the tribes.
Without objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Porter. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Representative Porter's amendment number 2? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Porter Amendment number 2 to the legislation. I will pause so that members in favor can unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
I will pause so that members opposed can unmute. All those opposed say no.
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 In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it and the amendment is agreed to.
I ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
A recorded vote has been requested and this vote will be postponed pursuant to prior announcement. Representative Boebert, you have the next amendment designated as number 1. You are recognized for 5 minutes, and I believe, Mr. Stauber, you're going to represent the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I do have an amendment at the desk on behalf of my colleague Lauren Boebert of Colorado. This amendment requires that the anti-energy proposals in the bill do not kill jobs held by tribal members, women, and others. This past January, labor force participation by women hit a 33-year low. More than 2.3 million women have left their job between February 2020 and January 2021 due to economic lockdowns and other reasons. Meanwhile, more than 1/4 of Native Americans faced unemployment last year. This begs the question, why are we introducing legislation to balloon these numbers even further? The priority needs to be getting folks back to work in the high wage, high quality jobs like those offered in the oil and gas sector. Instead, this bill nickel and dimes operators to the point where these jobs will no longer exist. Therefore, I urge adoption of my colleague's amendment and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone wish to be recognized on the amendment?
Mr. Chair, this is McCollum.
Ms. McCollum, you're recognized.
Mr. Stauber and I had the honor and the privilege of, in the state of Minnesota, of having 11 recognized tribes. Mr. Stauber, I just want to, as I'm doing with a lot of the amendments that mention Native Americans, especially when it comes to oil and gas leasing, as they control tribal lands and work with the federal government, with the BLM, working on doing gas and oil leasing that they've been consulted with. So, Mr. Stauber, I know how you work to respect sovereignty, and so I'm not going to put you on the spot in knowing Ms. Boebert's a conversation with the tribes, but members, when we talk about Native American tribes, I think we need to do it with respect due all them in amendments and know whether or not we have tribal support, as Ms. Porter did in hers, or the National Conference, Congress of American Indians, or other groups have supported it. Other than that, I believe, in my opinion, it does not show the tribal sovereignty that many of us support, and especially I know those of us who represent the Minnesota tribe strive for. So, Mr. Stauber, I won't ask you to explain it, but I just, whether it's a Democratic proposal amendment or a Republican one, I'm just going to be asking these questions. So thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair. And at that, I will not put Mr. Stauber in the spot. And so we can have this discussion later, but it's something I will be raising. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCollum, and a valid and important and necessary question. The validity of what any is purported to represent an Indian country or indigenous interest. That's an important question. Thank you for that. Anyone else wish to speak to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, it's Westerman.
Mr. Westerman, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree about we need to consult with tribes. I know that tribes have some concerns with this underlying bill, and that's why Representative Boebert has this amendment that conditions implementation of the bill on a determination by DOI that it won't cost Native American minorities or women their jobs. American Energy is a vital employer nationwide with oil and natural gas, with extraction alone employing an estimated 890,000 Americans in 2020. Women now make up a quarter of this workforce, and nearly 20,000 American Indians and Alaska Natives are directly employed by the sector. According to a recent study, the extraction industry beats the national average for diversity employment. This amendment simply protects the family wage jobs currently held by tribal members, minorities, and women across the country. HR 1517 will raise royalties, minimum bids, rental fees, and impose other penalties on oil and gas producers. These actions will further cripple an industry already impacted by COVID-19, meaning fewer jobs and fewer opportunities for our constituents. If you support protecting not just jobs, but careers for a diverse group of Americans, you must support the diverse industries which those careers are built upon. Responsible development is one of those industries. This amendment ensures that nothing in this bill will negatively impact jobs available to minorities, women, or Native Americans. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized in the amendment?
Mr. Chair, this is Representative Porter.
You recognize?
I am absolutely a champion of making sure that women and underrepresented communities have strong job opportunities. And that's what this bill does. It doesn't prohibit or limit extraction or production on federal lands. It simply modernizes the fiscal system to make sure that taxpayers are getting their fair share. And it's, I commend the fact that there has been so much progress in employing women and diversifying in this profession, but that's not what this bill is about. This bill does not cost jobs. Oil companies are free to continue to bid on public lands and to make use of public lands, but they need to pay the fair share, the fair correct cost. We can't continue to subsidize and have taxpayer welfare for oil and gas companies. I also want to emphasize that my amendment to the bill that we just discussed and which passed by voice vote includes multiple recommendations from tribes, and a number of tribes support these reforms. I introduced letters in support, and I want to additionally add that the Southern Ute Tribe of Colorado also supports and was part of the discussions about my amendment to make sure that tribal communities are able to make their own decisions about this.
Gentlelady yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on the Boebert Amendment number 1 to the bill. I will pause so those members in favor can unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Members will please mute themselves again. I will pause so that members opposed can unmute. All those opposed indicate by saying no. No.
No.
No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, we'd like to have a roll call vote.
As per pursuant to prior announcement, the vote is postponed. Representative Rosendale, you have an amendment designated as number 1, and sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. This bill makes an unambiguous that the goal of Democrats on this committee is to nickel and dime oil and gas companies into extinction. The bill before us raises royalties, minimum bids, rental fees, and various penalties related to oil and gas leases on federal lands. My amendment seeks to address one of these increases, which would strike provisions of the bill that would raise royalty rates for leases on federal lands from the current royalty rate of 12.5% to 18.75%. While royalty rates charged by the federal government are often lower than those charged by states, the vast web of federal regulations are extremely burdensome and costly to comply with, far more than with most states. This and other provisions to increase the cost of resource development on federal lands would be a crushing blow to our energy sector. This plays a crucial role in our local economies, but also to our energy security. Under the Trump administration, we had not just energy independence, but we had energy dominance. This is critical to ensuring we are not dependent on hostile nations with far worse environmental and labor standards for our energy and our minerals. I believe we need to be fostering the responsible development on our resources domestically, not stamping it out. I urge support of my amendment, and Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on Rosendale, number 1?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to be recognized.
Representative Porter, you recognized.
This is not about prohibiting the ability of oil and gas companies to do production on public lands. It's about making sure taxpayers get their fair share. That's why this bill has bipartisan support in the Senate. It should have bipartisan support here in the House, and I hope that it does. There's no evidence whatsoever that simply modernizing the system and setting an appropriate royalty rate and rental rate and minimum bid would create any impact on gas prices or require any dependence on foreign production. A 2016 Congressional Budget Office study estimated that raising the royalty rate, which would still be significantly below the states, many states, would have a, quote, small or even negligible impact on oil and gas production while generating hundreds of millions in new revenues. The United States is a major energy producer, but only a small fraction of its energy production comes from public lands. And that energy production on public lands can and will continue if this bill passes. What will change is the fact that the oil and gas companies are getting effectively taxpayer welfare, and we are all being shorted the revenue that taxpayers collectively, Democrat or Republican, deserve from the production on our public lands. It is our public lands. They belong to the taxpayers and the American people, and they deserve a fair return on those lands when they are used by oil and gas companies. They can pay their fair share. To hear you say that this is about nickel and diming companies really reminds me, we're talking about pennies. We're talking about $1 or $2. We're talking about raising a bid from $5 to $10. Many of these companies are large. They are companies that have the resources and the capital to make investment in oil and gas exploration and drilling. This is simply about updating a system to protect all taxpayers. I am not here today to attack the oil and gas industry. I know that production on federal land is a part of our economy and part of our nation's energy sources, and I want that to continue. But taxpayers deserve their fair share, and I'm never going to back down from standing up for taxpayers.
Gentlelady yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, it's Westerman.
Mr. Westerman,
Mr. Chairman,
recognized.
I support this amendment. Saying that increasing the cost of doing business will have no impact on jobs, saying there's no proof of that. It's like saying that, if we raise taxes and increase regulatory burdens on small businesses, there's no proof that will affect jobs, which actually there is proof, because we know from history when you overtax and overregulate an industry or a business, it makes it hard for that business to stay actually in business providing jobs. And this is a death by 1,000 cuts. It is nickel and diming, and it's a strategy just to slowly make development completely uneconomical on federal lands. That's what the underlying purpose of this bill is. While the bill sponsor and my colleagues will argue that they simply want to ensure a fair return to the taxpayer, in reality, they will ultimately ensure no return to the taxpayer, because no one will want to do business with the federal government. Development on federal lands already lags behind state and private lands due to the onerous and duplicative regulatory process, and this bill will only worsen that disparity. More red tape will not yield greater returns to the taxpayer. It will jeopardize important revenues to states that support our schools and other important public services. We could have a discussion about this if we would talk about both sides of the equation. but just attacking the royalty side of it without looking at the onerous regulatory side of it. Why couldn't we let states do permitting on federal lands? And then it would be an equal playing field. But no, we don't want to talk about that. We want to keep the onerous regulations in place and then increase the royalty rates and make it impossible for a business to do business on federal lands. For that reason, I support this amendment and oppose the underlying bill. I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chair, this is McCollum, and this will probably be the last time I speak on any of the amendments.
Ms. McCollum, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just want to go back and remember when we passed the last round of massive tax cuts. $1.8 billion in revenue was promised by drilling advocates in ANWR. And that was part of the 2017 Tax Act. $1.8 billion, and that was used to balance the tax cuts. That was used to tell the American public that their public lands were going to produce revenue that would offset the tax cuts that had been proposed. Well, folks, only $14 million has come of that. That's 1%. And now we are in deficit. Ms. Porter's bill tries to right a wrong and tries to hold accountability to when these leases move forward. Mr. Chair, with that, I want to wholeheartedly thank Ms. Porter for her bill. And I would like to enter in for the record, Taxpayers for Common Sense, August 2019. Taxpayers lose on Arctic drilling. Big revenue promises don't add up. This is a small step in making sure that taxpayers are protected. And I thank you, Mr. Chair. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized? Did I recognize myself? If not, let me recognize myself very quickly in opposition to the amendment, but also to reaffirm support for the underlying bill, and that is to say that the discussion of proof. Well, how do we prove what the true cost is going to be? Well, I think that the legislation and the sponsor of the legislation has repeatedly stated that this is about fair share. This is about collecting the fair share for the American taxpayers with regard to their shared asset, which is the public lands and the extraction of fossil fuels from that public land. And it also is to create revenue to address unmet needs that we have attendant to that extraction and on the public lands and the transition that needs to occur in some states, and the process. The onerous process that is keeping not as much activity on public lands in terms of extraction as there should be. Well, the process is there for a purpose. It's there to create a balance. And I think this legislation begins to address that issue of balance on the uses of our public land. And, before you tear up the Grand Canyon so you can look for uranium, before you tear up the Yellowstone because you're looking for another mineral, or before you rip up Bear's Ears because you're looking for copper or another mineral, there are conservation ethics involved in this balance as well. And so that process is there for a good purpose. And that purpose is to protect some of those assets that shouldn't be dug up from that occurring. And anything less than the protections that we have in there exposes that balance and exposes those areas to extraction where that shouldn't occur, period. And I think that this amendment is like, as Ms. McCollum said, it's a good first step in dealing with this equity issue and fair share issue around the use of our public lands. So with that, is there anyone else that wishes to, I yield back, anyone else that wishes to address the amendment? If not, I will pause. With no further debate, the question is on Rosendale Amendment number 1 to the bill. I will pause so those members in favor can unmute. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 I will now pause so that members who in opposition can unmute. All those opposed indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Representative Rosendale, you have an amendment designated as number 2. Sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think that you touched on some very important information in your last statement, in as much that the different entities that make these investments do so well in advance of having an opportunity to gain a net return on that investment as they go through the permitting process. And as you correctly stated, in some instances, they never are able to utilize the areas with which they have leased in order to develop those resources. So as my colleagues talk about the decrease in revenue that had been promised based upon the development of those resources, what they have to keep in mind is that in many cases, they were forbidden from even developing those sites to begin with. With that, I'll say that H.R. 1517, the Second Amendment, is federal oil and gas leases provide critical funding for conservation efforts, including through the Land and Water Conservation Fund. Since it was established, over $619 million from the LWCF has been used in Montana to protect some of our state's greatest natural treasures, from the greater Yellowstone ecosystem to Glacier National Park. This bill would put this critical conservation funding at risk. The increases in royalties, minimum bids, rental fees, and various penalty increases on oil and gas leases contained in this bill would almost certainly decrease demand for these leases and more than likely put some of these companies out of business. This would inevitably lead to a decrease in revenue to the LWCF. My amendment simply states that the bill cannot take effect until the Secretary of the Interior is able to determine that the implementation of the bill would not decrease revenue to the Land and Water Conservation Fund. If Democrats on this committee agree with my assessment and their claims to care about conservation are genuine, I urge them to support my amendment. They would be glad this provision would be included in the bill to prevent cuts to crucial conservation funding. If Democrats on this committee disagree with my assessment, I would also urge them to support my amendment. They would indeed be vindicated and the bill would still be allowed to take effect. By not supporting this amendment, Democrats would make it clear they believe the assessment is correct and they just don't care, and they're willing to allow conservation efforts to suffer to advance their anti-energy agenda. I urge passage of this amendment and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further debate or discussion on Rosendale Amendment number 2?
Mr. Chair, this is Representative Porter.
Representative, you're recognized.
I oppose this amendment, and unlike the gentleman's prior amendment, this amendment simply doesn't really deal with the heart of this bill. The Land and Water Conservation Fund is funded from offshore royalties. 1517, the bill that we're debating, does not deal with Gulf oil and gas production. It does not deal with offshore. Now, I understand your point, as I understand it, Representative Rosendale, is that maybe there could be something, But the reality is this bill does not change the cost or the rules for offshore drilling, which is the sole source of revenue for the Land and Water Conservation Fund, not onshore. This bill is solely about the revenue that taxpayers receive, the fair rate of return that they deserve for onshore drilling. At best, this amendment is tenuous. I think it has a tenuous connection to the bill itself. And so I oppose the amendment strongly and urge my colleagues to do the same.
Gentlelady yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Rosendale number 2 amendment?
Mr. Chairman, it's Westerman.
Mr. Westerman, sir, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment simply conditions implementation of the bill on a determination by DOI that conservation funds provided to states through oil and gas development will not decrease. I think that's something we should all be able to agree on. And Mr. Chairman, I would say that, it's almost like the debate's trying to paint our side of the aisle as people who don't believe in conservation. And I would say we probably support conservation as strong or stronger than anybody in the Congress. And if there's somebody wanting to mine in the Grand Canyon or Bears Ears or Yellowstone National Park, it's certainly not coming from our side of the aisle. And if you need some bipartisan support in making sure that we're not mining in our national parks, then I'm sure you could probably get that. But to insinuate that we support development inside the national parks is factually untrue. And we just can't sit by and let comments like that be put on the record. So if we really care about conservation, we need to support development of our domestic oil and gas resources and make sure that those funds for things like land and water conservation are not going to be impacted. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, and I appreciate that comment, Mr. Ranking Member. In politics, the broad brush gets the stroke sometimes, and unintended people are painted by the same brush. And so your point is well taken, and my point is that the support for this amendment and the legislation we've been debating up thus far in this markup is not about our side wanting to turn off the lights, destroy energy at a domestic level, and throw people off their good paying jobs and ruin the economy. That is not the intention, and nor is it the purpose of any of the pieces of legislation we've been dealing with. So, the broad brush strokes two ways, and I hope that we don't come to those generalizations as well. With that, let me ask if there are no further comments or discussion on Mr. Rosendale's amendment number 2.
Mr. Chairman? Oh, go ahead.
Who seeks to be recognized? I'm sorry.
Congressman Gosar.
Mr. Gosar, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. And Ranking Member, I couldn't applaud you more. I mean, the misleading statements that were made in regards to the Grand Canyon and uranium mining, it is not in the Grand Canyon. It is outside the Grand Canyon and has been done successfully and with good results. So from my standpoint it's very misleading in which the chairman has used those remarks. And so I thank you very much for making that statement and checking off inaccurate statements. I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman, Graves, Louisiana.
Mr. Graves, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there's been a lot of debate in this committee during this markup and in the previous one, and some of it's even based on fact. There was a statement that was just made that just once again demonstrates that we have seen a number of folks in this committee that are attempting to legislate on things that they don't have any idea what they are legislating or what they are talking about. A statement was just made a few minutes ago that the Land and Water Conservation Fund and that the federal lands are wholly funded from offshore. And up until the Great American Outdoors Act, that was the case. However, that is not the case any longer. As a matter of fact, I will read to you the new fund that was established by Public Law 116-152, otherwise known as the Great American Outdoors Act, that I opposed because it's idiotic, that says there's established in the Treasury of the United States a fund to be known as the National Parks and Public Land Legacy Restoration Fund. And so let's see. It says that There should be deposited in the fund amount equal to 50% of energy development revenues due and payable to the United States from oil, gas, coal, or alternative renewable energy development on federal land, and water. And so this law did mix things up a bit. And the gentleman from Montana, the gentleman from Arkansas, and others that have discussed this are exactly right. And that's why in the previous time we marked up, or we're in the markup, the first day of markup on these bills, I offer an amendment to do exactly what the gentleman from Montana's point is that I offered an amendment that says that if there's a reduction in Great American Outdoors Act funds, or a reduction in revenues from energy production, it is to directly hit the Great American Outdoors Act fund. And so I just think it's important we correct the record that is where dollars are coming from. And I urge adoption of the gentleman from Montana's amendment. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Mr. Rosendale's number 2 amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on Rosendale number 2 to the legislation. I will pause so members in favor can unmute. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I will now pause so the members opposed can unmute. All those opposed, say no.
No.
Oh,
In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Representative Rosendale, you have amendment number 3. Sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With our economy still recovering from the economic fallout of the COVID-19 pandemic, I believe we need to make absolutely sure we do not support policies that kill jobs and hurt American workers. Unfortunately, I fear that is exactly what I believe this bill will do. Oil and gas leases on our federal lands provide jobs in some of our nation's most rural and economically distressed counties. When workers in these areas, whether in direct or support jobs, are displaced by anti-energy policies, they often have no other options to turn to. My amendment would simply require that the Department of Interior, in consultation with the Department of Labor, conduct a study on direct and indirect job losses nationwide as a result of this bill before it can be implemented. This will give us an opportunity to get a full picture of the job loss that would result from this legislation and where the job losses would occur. The only reason I can think of that Democrats would oppose this amendment is if they know it would blow their narrative in this markup and prove the bill would cause significant job loss in our country at a time and in communities who can least afford it. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to please support this common sense amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone, any further discussion on the amendment? Anyone wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, it's Westerman.
Mr. Westerman, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment offered by my colleague, Representative Rosendale. And Mr. I think I was muted. I know that these are real jobs and these are real people. Mr. Chairman, 3 hours, within 3 hours from the current administration taking the reins and issuing executive orders, I had union pipe fitters in my district who got job termination notices because of the executive order on the Keystone XL pipeline. So these types of policies, these kinds of orders, they affect real people that have good jobs and depend on these jobs as for their careers and to build families and build communities. I don't think it's an unnecessary ask to want to put language in the bill to make sure that raising these rates will not affect jobs, because we know that it will have some impact, and we need to study that, and we need to look at it realistically and not just with a knee-jerk reaction, put policy in place without considering all the ripple effects from it. The federal leasing program is critical for our energy producing federal lands. Oil and gas development sustains communities and provides reliable, well-paying jobs and income security that can support a family for a lifetime. You know, it's all too often that lawmakers and bureaucrats in DC are unaware of the real world impacts in their decisions. I again support this amendment because it will ensure that the impact of this bill on the livelihoods of Americans will be measured and considered. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the Rosendale number 3?
Mr. Chair, this is Representative Porter.
Representative Porter, recognized.
I want to speak in opposition to this amendment. As I've stated before, there is no evidence that there would be a meaningful, any meaningful, or there could even be no job loss whatsoever created by simply modernizing the rental rates, the royalty rates, and the minimum bid. I already cited a 2016 Congressional Budget Office study that said there would be a small or even negligible impact on oil and gas production. I want to also bring to my colleagues' attention a 2017 report from the nonpartisan U.S. Government Accountability Office. It reviewed multiple studies examining this question. It interviewed relevant stakeholders, and what the GAO found is that raising the oil and gas royalty rate would increase federal revenues. We absolutely are going to benefit taxpayers here. And it would be unlikely to decrease oil and gas production on federal lands, and therefore will be unlikely to reduce jobs. This issue has been settled by the existing studies that have been conducted by nonpartisan entities over a period of years. I absolutely live in the real world. I'm coming to you live from my kitchen as a single mom. I understand the importance of a job and how difficult it is to make ends meet. I spent my career before Congress studying families in bankruptcy, and have devoted my life to fighting for economic security for families. This bill will not end jobs. It will simply ensure that taxpayers are being fairly compensated. And so oil and gas companies, if they want to drill on public land, should have to pay a fair royalty rate. That's what this bill does. It is not designed to stop production. It is simply designed to modernize the rate of production. And so I would ask the gentleman to point to any study or any evidence in support of his amendment, because I have been able to bring to this committee's attention multiple pieces of research that suggest the opposite. And with that, I yield back.
Yields. Anyone wish to be recognized? Hearing no further debate on the question is now on Rosendale Amendment number 3 to the bill. I will pause so the members in favor can unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Thank you. I will pause so the members opposed can unmute. All those opposed, please indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it. The noes have
Mr.
it,
Chair?
and the amendment is not agreed to. Sir,
Yeah, I'd like to request a roll call vote on that, please.
gentlemen, roll call has been requested and postponed pursuant to prior announcement.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Representative Stauber, you have an amendment designated as number 1, and sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment to HR 1517 requires a life cycle analysis on the emissions from sourcing and transporting materials for development and construction of wind turbines and solar panels. Unfortunately, this underlying bill misses the mark. It seeks to punish domestic producers who are on the front lines of America's efforts to reduce emissions. The real polluters and other signatories to the Paris Climate Accord the real polluters are the other signatories to the Paris Climate Accord. Democrats in Congress with President Biden are more concerned about illustrating their Green New Deal resume to other countries to realize that we import massive amounts of our critical minerals. For example, we import 76% of our cobalt from the Congo, where children mine it in narrow holes or squatting in pools of acid. The product is then roughly processed in massive smelters with no regulation before the majority of the value chain is shipped to China for refinement. While we sit here today and attack domestic producers doing the right thing, China again increased emissions last year and signed the Paris Climate Accord with a smile on their face. Let's take a look at what our real rivals are doing, and I urge adoption of my amendment. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be, any further discussion on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I wish to speak on the amendment.
Mr. Lowenthal, sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. I oppose this amendment. Remember, HR 1517 is about removing the numerous financial advantages that fossil fuel companies have when operating on America's public lands. This bill is not about renewable energy development, and it's not about the lifestyle emissions from various energy sources. It is simply about ensuring that taxpayers are not being shortchanged and making sure that oil and gas companies pay their fair share. I appreciate my colleagues' interest in comparing lifestyle emissions of renewable energy and fossil fuels, but this bill is not the appropriate place for a study. I urge opposition to this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Mr. Stauber's amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on Stauber Amendment number 1 to the legislation. I pause. The members in favor can unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Thank you. I'll pause so the members opposed can unmute. All those members opposed to the amendment indicate by saying no.
No.
No, no.
In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Moving on to Representative Graves, sir, you have an amendment designated as number 7, and you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is amendment number 7, and we've heard a lot of folks talk about how these bills don't have any impact on domestic energy, don't have impact on prices, don't have impact on revenues. And so I just want to give folks an opportunity to stand by their statements. And so what this amendment would do is it simply says that this act, meaning the underlying bill, won't take effect if the bill would result in greater dependence upon foreign energy sources. Mr. Chairman, you heard my friend Mr. Stauber talking about solar panels, and he has been a fighter for human rights. And what I mean by that is that we have seen, and there's proof all over, where China is using the Uyghurs, they're using slave labor to build what I believe, I think that they supply approximately 90% of the global solar panel market. Look, we know what's going on. Let's call this what it is. This is an attempt to stop any domestic oil and gas production in the United States. That's what this bill is part of that agenda. And so I just wish that our friends would one, just be very candid about what it is they're trying to do. Number two, that unfortunately, I think that the ill-advised strategy that this administration and my friends are on the other side are trying to carry out, this is going to result in higher prices, higher emissions, greater dependence upon foreign energy, greater dependence upon, as my friend from Wisconsin and Minnesota has noted, the greater dependence on slave labor, on child labor. And so what this simply says, it just says this act shall not take effect if it's determined to result in greater dependence on foreign energy sources. We know that China's cornered the market on solar panel manufacturing. We know they've cornered the market on the rare earth and strategic minerals. And so, if my friends are so convinced that this is not going to result in increased dependence upon foreign energy, then please join us in supporting this amendment. Because I have strong concerns that this legislation is simply going to result in creating jobs in China rather than in the United States. So yield back.
Thank you very much. Gentleman yields. Any further discussion on amendment number 7? Graves Amendment.
Mr. Chair, this is Representative Porter.
Representative Porter, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Thank you.
It is true that the United States is a major energy producer, but it's not because of public lands. In 2019, roughly 22% of US oil production and 12% of gas production came from federal land. Most of the shale resources, for example, are located on state and private lands. At this point, the more energy we produce in the United States, the more we export. We export more crude oil than we produce from public lands and waters. And so if Republicans really cared about being energy independent, they would work to reinstate the export ban so that we could keep at home the 3 million barrels that we send to Europe, Asia, or elsewhere every single day. I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be recognized on Graves Amendment number 7 to the bill?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, it's Westerman.
Mr. Westerman, you're recognized, sir.
Mr. Chairman, this bill claims to seek fair return for the American taxpayer, but Mr. Graves' amendment would actually ensure that we're getting a fair return to the American taxpayer. Crippling America's energy, as our domestic energy production, does nothing to help our economy, does nothing to help the environment, and it does nothing to help human rights around the world. So we need to make sure that we're not hurting our domestic production by passing legislation like HR 1517, and that's simply what Representative Graves' amendment does. I support his amendment and I yield back.
Anyone else wish to be recognized on Graves Amendment number 7?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Stauber, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I rise in support of my colleague's amendment. The amendment what the amendment is really trying to do is to ensure that we have and keep the ability to produce this energy in our nation using the best environmental and best labor standards. And what the amendment in my view says is if it's not going to reduce the domestic production, then let's have the conversation and allow this amendment to go through. And I think it's a well-versed amendment, and I stand in support of it. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized? Having no further debate, the question is on Graves Amendment number 7. I will pause so that members in favor can unmute. Please indicate your support by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Members who are opposed can now unmute. Please indicate by your opposition by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Graves.
I request a recorded vote.
Gentleman requests a recorded vote. Vote postponed pursuant to prior announcement. Mr. Graves are now recognized for amendment designated number 8 and recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, you know how much I desire to expedite things in this committee. Can I ask the clerk, did we file amendment number 9?
We did not file amendment number 9.
Okay. Let me see here. How about if we do amendment number 8 and amendment number 12 together, Mr. Chairman, asking Emma's consent to offer the two amendments in block.
So ordered without objection. Mr. Graves, you recognized in block for amendment number 8 and number 12.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, these two amendments continue to address a theme that we've discussed throughout this markup. The committee has somehow demonized domestic energy production, which I'm not sure that I fully understand. There's been this discussion about the subsidies that are associated with oil and gas production, and so just wanted to point out that the subsidies associated with renewable energy, if we're going to truly level the playing field here, then we'll level the playing field by offering an amendment that would strike all subsidies associated with renewable energy technologies. Let's just get taxpayers out of it altogether. Let's allow the markets to do what they do, and let consumers and let innovators and energy markets determine which technologies should proceed and be used and which ones should not. And so that's amendment number 8. Amendment number 12, what this does is that it requires an assessment by the Secretary of the Interior to look at and certify that enacting this legislation would not have an impact on environmental restoration, on funds for education, on funds for emergency services such as law enforcement, fire departments, rural health centers, state, local, and tribal governments. Mr. Chairman, I remind you that under the Mineral Leasing Act, that states share in 50% of the revenues associated with onshore production. And so if this does result in a decrease in revenues, then the revenue sharing under the Mineral Leasing Act with the states would similarly be decreased. 40% of these funds under the Mineral Leasing Act goes to the Bureau of Reclamation for water projects in the western states. I find it interesting that you have members that certainly are advocates for water and for drought programs, yet are proposing legislation that would undermine those very efforts. So again, this just ensures that we're protecting revenues for education, revenues for healthcare, revenues for state, local, tribal governments, for law enforcement, for fire services, and other things that I know are important to my friends on the committee. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back and urge adoption of amendments number 8 and 12 offered on block.
Gentleman yields back. Any discussions on amendments 8 and 12 that are proposed by Mr. Graves?
Mr. Chair,
Who seeks to be recognized?
Mr. Stauber, Minnesota.
Mr. Stauber, you recognize, sir?
I rise in support of my colleague's amendment. As he just described, we have to ensure that state funds for education, for instance, in the state of New Mexico, oil and gas revenues provide $1 billion, that's with a B, $1 billion for educational resources in the state of New Mexico. And also 40% of the total budget is from oil and gas royalties, which help fund the state law enforcement agencies and emergency services. So I stand in strong support of my colleague's amendment here as to ensure that it doesn't reduce financial monies to our states for law enforcement and also education. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else wish to discuss amendments 8 and 12, Mr. Graves' amendments?
Mr. Chair, this is Representative Porter.
Ms. Porter, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I oppose amendment number 8 strongly, and want to be very clear that these are separate issues. This idea about whether and to what degree we ought to subsidize clean energy and transformation in our energy production. This bill does not eliminate the many tax credits for the oil and gas industry that are in the tax code. So for Representative Graves to say, let's level the playing field, let's get government subsidies out of it, I question, does Representative Graves support eliminating the percentage depletion allowance that lets oil companies write off more than 100% of the value of their wells? Would he support eliminating the intangible drilling costs that let companies write off 75% of a well cost right away instead of amortizing it like a normal business over a number of years? Would he support clawing back the $15.5 billion that oil and gas companies got from the Trump tax cuts because of special accounting rules? I'd be happy, delighted to consider taking those actions. But I would love to know why apparently the oil and the gas industry is the only part of the energy sector that should get government help. And most importantly, this bill does not affect those existing subsidies that I just named for the oil and gas industry. It simply creates an updated market rate to end taxpayer welfare and to create a competitive market for production and leasing and rental rates on public lands. And so it is, ridiculous to say that that we should somehow eliminate all wind and solar subsidies when in fact, nothing about this bill actually proposes to end the extensive tax breaks and subsidies that are enjoyed by the oil and gas industry under the existing rules. With that, I yield back.
Could someone yield, please?
Mr. Chairman, it's Westerman.
Mr. Westerman, you recognize, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, I rise in support of the en bloc amendments by Mr. Graves. And as we, have this discussion about the economic impact and fairness to American taxpayers, we're rushing into these policy issues without taking the appropriate time to look at the overall effect of what happens. Now, Mr. Chairman, I'm not an economist. I took several classes on economics in college, and I know some of the basic underlying principles that the more you tax something, the more you regulate something, the less you're going to get of it. And we do have some research out there on what would happen if we had less domestic energy production. And without objection, I would like to submit to the record a paper titled "The Fiscal and Economic Impact of Federal Onshore Oil and Gas Lease Moratorium and Drilling Ban Policies."
Without objection, so ordered.
And Mr. Chairman, in that study, it says it calculated that by the end of President Biden's first term, a ban on leasing and drilling would cost more than 72,000 jobs annually and $19.6 billion in lost wages. The impact from stopping offshore leasing and permitting would be similarly destructive, with 145,000 jobs and $4.1 billion in government revenues lost or put at risk by 2040. So I think there's definitely another thought out there, another academic approach to this, that when you stop domestic energy production, that you're going to cost jobs and you're going to cost lost revenues. And, I don't buy into the fact that you can benefit the American taxpayers by taxing them more. That seems like not a very valid argument. With that, I would like to yield my remaining time to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves.
Sir, Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the ranking member for yielding and for his very informative statement. Mr. Chairman, look, we can talk about this all day long, and I'm happy to do it. So, in regard to the tax code, there is a significant difference between. Let's be very clear what we're talking about here. In regard to being able to reduce expenses, those are largely tax credits or provisions in the code that are available to everyone. Let's distinguish what happens with renewable energy versus conventional energy production under the code and under this bill. I'll do this all day long. When you produce renewable energy, you are given a credit. You are given a credit under existing law. When you produce oil and gas, you pay money to the Treasury, and it has been hundreds of billions of dollars. So on the one hand, we have wind and solar and others. They are paid. They are paid. They get credits for producing. This bill not only takes the existing law that says you have a royalty rate and you have to pay the federal government the opposite. Instead of getting paid by taxpayers, you pay taxpayers. But this bill increases it even higher. Now, something that folks have failed to mention a single time today, but I brought up at the last debate, is the fact that there's something called bonus bids that everybody conveniently forgets. It is an auction. Don't talk about taxpayers aren't getting their due, and it's an auction.
Point of order.
If someone would like to make a case on what the markets do and what they say, then what you do is you take away the bonus bids, and you can then make the argument with bonus bids.
Is there a point of order?
The gentleman has 50 seconds left on the time yielded to him.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what happens when you increase the royalty rates is bonus bids drop, which means the immediate revenue to taxpayers is lost. If anybody on this committee, and I said this last time, if y'all want to talk about how to make sure taxpayers are getting the value of their public asset, their resource, absolutely. I would love to engage in that. And Mr. Chairman, you and I think it was last Congress, you had your mining bill. I think it was the only Republican that voted for it, because I agree with you, Mr. Chairman. I think taxpayers should get their due. If there's a better mechanism, I would love to. In my home state, I think I mentioned last time, under our mineral board, we have auctions for both the bonus and for the royalty. And that way, if there are cases where it makes more sense to do an upfront bid or a royalty, the
Gentleman's time is up.
So I'm happy to have that discussion.
The gentleman's time is up. Gentleman yields back. Mr. Westerman yields back, and Chair recognizes Mr. Huffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am so glad that the real world bears no resemblance to the fake world that is portrayed by our colleagues across the aisle. Whenever the subject of oil and gas and mining industry perks comes up, it always touches a nerve, and we always hear that before we can make even the most basic common sense reforms to protect the environment, consumers, taxpayers, whatever, we have to study everything under the sun. I'm surprised we haven't heard a requirement that we study alien abductions and whether that would happen before we can move forward with these basic reforms. Maybe that'll be one of the next amendments that we hear. But in any event, I think we have discovered the one true inexhaustible source of renewable energy. It's not even the sun, because in a few billion years it will implode and everything goes dark. It is the ability of our colleagues across the aisle to go to the mat and engage in all manner of performance theater on behalf of the oil and gas and mining interests. So it's really a sight to behold. And with that, I'll yield the balance of my time to Ms. Porter.
Gentleman yields. Ms. Porter, you recognize. Thank you.
Thank you. I realize that Mr. Graves has done me the honor of introducing fewer amendments than he did with my friend, Mr. Levin. But I would respectfully ask, particularly given that this is a virtual hearing, that Mr. Graves try to speak in a lower tone of voice and not raise his voice and shout. I appreciate his passion on the issue, but it is difficult to engage in the kind of debate that this issue requires, and to treat this issue with the respect that it requires when you're raising your voice and shouting. So I appreciate your points of view. I appreciate your advocacy for the oil and gas industry. I'm sure they appreciate having you at their disposal, but I would have really appreciated if you could use a normal tone of voice and behave in a civil manner during this point. I wanted to further respond to your comment with regard to amendment number 12, in which you're suggesting that we need to certify that there'll be no impact on a long list of other things that you've listed here: education funding, emergency services. Again, there is not evidence, and I would anticipate and enjoy, and we'll look forward to examining the study that was just entered into the record, but there's not evidence that these fees will drive production off federal land. Again, small or even negligible impact on oil and gas production. And in fact, by raising the royalty rate, states will receive more revenue. And so, we debated early, if producers were required to pay royalties on lost methane emissions, New Mexico would have collected an additional $20 billion between 2008 and 2017. New Mexico has lost out on over $5 billion in the last decade because of BLM's low royalty rate. So it's absolutely, it may well be that the royalty rate here will change the balance of production, but it is not correct that it will necessarily result in less revenue for consumers, for states that, less revenue for states that depend on this royalty for the things that they need. So we, in fact, are losing out on revenue by selling our assets, our collective assets, on the cheap to benefit oil and gas companies. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady, Representative Porter yields back, and Representative Huffman yields as well. Anyone else wish to on Graves Amendments 8 and 12 in block? Wish to discuss them? Hearing no further debate, the question is on Graves Amendments number 8 and number 12. I will pause so members in favor can unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed can unmute now. All those opposed indicate by saying no.
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 The opinion of the chair is the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Representative Graves, you have amendment designated as number 10, and you're recognized, sir, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to remind all members of the committee that there also is a volume button. I'll work on mine as well. Mr. Chairman, amendment number 10. What this one does is it simply says that as a result of this bill, it would not have an impact, an adverse impact, of course, on the likelihood of energy poverty and further racial inequity as a result of higher energy costs. Mr. Chairman, it's very clear, and in fact, and many members of this committee's stacked with members from California. A lot of my friends on this committee. I know. Hi, Grace. Nice to see you. A lot of my friends. That's right, Mr. Huffman, Levin. Good to see y'all. But what has happened is, as a result of some of the what I would describe, not asking you to give me the thumbs up on this one, as overly aggressive energy policies, or perhaps even uninformed energy policies, that the state of California, as we demonstrated in the last hearing with amazing technological prowess, how the state of California has had a 7-fold increase in electricity costs compared to the national average since 2000. And so, and there's a group called the 200 that has filed a lawsuit against the state of California representing impoverished communities because the higher energy cost, the higher electricity cost, has disproportionately impacted that community or members of those communities. And so, I've heard people say this is going to result in more money. I've heard people say it's not going to result in higher prices. So again, the amendment simply just allows folks to vote where their statements are and giving you an opportunity to align those. And that's what this does. Now, my good friend,
Gentleman yield for a
my
question.
good friend, Mr. Huffman, I will, but just real quick, I want to re-implicate my snowblower analysis before my friend goes with his conservation dialogue here. That I just want to remind folks that while my friend Mr. Huffman likes to take full credit for California's mild climate, that when you compare rates, if you actually look at kilowatt hour comparisons, the state of California electricity rates are greater than twice those of my home state. And so it's all about the rate of electricity, not about the ultimate bill, because that's not an apples to apples comparison. We have a little bit different weather here in Louisiana. I know you're all jealous, but our weather here is a little bit different. And with that, my good friend, Mr. Huffman, I'm happy to yield you time.
Thank you.
Mr. Huffman.
I was just going to ask my friend from Louisiana if he would consider bundling all of his California Envy amendments into one en bloc question so that we could achieve true efficiency and maximize our resources here in the committee.
I appreciate my friend's suggestion. I'm thinking. So wait, we offered 7. We did 8 and 12 on block. So we did 10. I think 11 was another really good one that I think y'all want to vote on. Yeah, I think that's another good one that y'all probably want to vote on. But I tell you what, in spirit of cooperation, because my friend from California occasionally has some excellent ideas. You know what? I will, Mr. Huffman. I will reclaim my time, and in the remaining 50 seconds, I'm going to ask unanimous consent to go ahead and offer 10 and 11 on block. I will briefly explain number 11, which says that the Secretary of Energy, that the bill doesn't take effect until the Secretary of Energy certifies that all displaced energy workers have since been placed in employment with wages similar or equal to the jobs that they were making. And so I've heard my friends say over and over again that this is going to result in more jobs and world peace and eliminating any type of discord in the world. And so this is an opportunity for folks to ensure that there truly are more jobs created, that people do get into more jobs and are not unemployed as a result of what I would describe as ill-informed legislation. So numbers 10 and 11 on block.
Thank you. Gentleman yields. Mr. Gray, if we're dealing with 10 and 11 in block, correct? Got it. Hearing no further debate, the question is on Graves Amendment 10 and 11 in block amendments. Those members in favor can unmute and indicate by saying aye.
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 Members opposed can unmute and indicate by saying no.
No.
Oh,
No.
In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendments are not agreed to. Now, moving on to Gray. Representative Graves, you have amendment number 6, and you're recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Number 6. I thought this one was good. I'm not sure what y'all think, but so what this one does, Mr. Chairman, is because we've been here talking about how this is going to result in more money, not less. What happens here is that if the bill does result in lower revenues for taxpayers, then members of Congress will get a proportional salary reduction. So that way, let's just make up numbers, because we make up things in this committee all the time. So let's say, for example, that there's a 20% reduction in revenues as a result of this legislation. That means that member of Congress pay would be reduced by 20%. I want to be very clear that if revenues go up under the optimistic projections that some people here perhaps have professed, then members would not get an increase. So this only would result in a decrease in pay for members of Congress proportional to the decrease in revenues that would result from this legislation. And so, Mr. Chairman, again, I want to give folks an opportunity to stand by the comments that are there. I can't say this enough, that there is a, when lands are opened up for leasing or waters are opened up for leasing, what happens is that there's an initial bonus bid auction, and then the actual production rate is static, and then there are also royalty rates. And so when you raise royalty rates, I think that you would probably normally see a reduction in your bonus bids. And so, and you probably would see a reduction in the overall leasing as well, because folks could go to private lands or other things that are more economic and not having to deal with the bureaucracy of the federal government. So, I know that many people are really excited about this one, and I urge adoption of the amendment, and I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Amendment number 6. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chair, this is Representative Porter.
Representative Porter, you're recognized.
Well, I think we could have a robust debate about whether or not Mr. Graves is earning his taxpayer salary by shilling for the oil and gas industry today. I think this is neither here nor there. Member salaries are based on, the collective work that we do for the taxpayers. And this is simply a political gambit to create a one-sided bet. It's inappropriate and not germane to the topic of the amendment, which is setting royalty rates, rental rates, minimum bids, and inspection fees for the onshore oil and gas industry for public lands, to modernize that system and update it to reflect a fair return for the taxpayers. With that, I yield back. I oppose the amendment strongly. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Anyone else wish to be recognized on amendment number 6?
This is Gosar.
Mr. Gosar, sir.
Yes, I think this is a very novel and upstanding amendment. Because once again, I agree with the gentleman from Louisiana that this committee does a lot of fallacy in regards to its proponents. And to make sure that we put our money where our mouth is and let the facts reign, I actually think that's a wonderful idea, something that the American people would gravitate to. I think it would be becoming of us to set the example for the rest of the country to see. Thank you very much, Mr. Graves from Louisiana, and I yield you the rest of my time.
Mr. Graves, you're recognized for remaining time that Mr. Gosar has yielded.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate it, and I also appreciate my friend continuing to call me names, the gentlelady from California. Let me see if I can explain something. I actually had my friend Mr. Lowenthal and Mr. Huffman, as I mentioned, come down to Louisiana, not because I thought I was going to convert them to our way of thinking or to the way that we voted or anything else, but simply because I wanted them to see the people that we represented. Or that we represent, and so you can the gentlelady from California, you can call me whatever names you want, and I'll own it. Whatever you want to call me, that's fine. But I want to be really clear on something. During the Obama administration, we had tens of thousands of the people that we represent lose their jobs and be implicated through the family as a result of the income that was lost during the Obama administration. During this administration, we're going to see the same thing, and your legislation only expedites that. And so let me tell you what I'm a shill for. I'm a shill for jobs. I'm a shill for opportunity. I'm a shill for innovation. You can call me whatever you want. I'm representing the people that I was elected to represent, and I'm going to do it until I have every breath left in me. And I'm going to continue to fight uninformed policies that are going to create jobs. And I could play games and flip it back over on you and say you're a job creator in China, because that's where this is going to create jobs. And you want to show black and white evidence and proof and all that, I'll do it all day long. The evidence is so solid on our side. The Paris Climate Accords results in increased emissions. The United States has led the world in reducing emissions. We've led the world in research and development. This legislation, together with all of the death by 1,000 cuts that y'all are pushing, higher energy prices, slave labor, child labor, lower environmental standards, higher global emissions, all day long. Evidence is on our side. When Obama administration did some of this same stuff, we lost jobs. We became more dependent on foreign energy sources. This whole energy plan that was written by somebody over there, it looks like it was actually drafted by China. They control the rare earth and the metals needed. They build the batteries. They build the solar panels. They steal our technology. One of the things about what I'm trying to do is use America's resources in a clean way, which we've demonstrated we can do. And we've demonstrated we can lead the world in reducing emissions. So call me anything that you want, but I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to give them your phone number when they lose their jobs and they go bankrupt and lose their homes and everything else, because I've seen it. These are people that I represent. I've seen it. And I know this is exactly what's going to happen again. In fact, it's already happening. And so, all these people sit here that don't have the people that we represent in their districts. They don't have the energy resources. They don't understand the implications of these policies. So call me what you want. You're damn right. I'm fighting this bill, and I'm going to continue to fight these ill-advised energy prices that are contrary to America's interest. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
And I actually say kudos to him. I yield back.
And Mr. Gosar continues the cheering. The gentleman yields back. Is there any additional discussion?
Yes, this is Gomert.
Mr. Gomert, you recognize, sir?
Thank you. And I do appreciate the amendment, and I appreciate the gentleman from Louisiana's words. I wish he were even more passionate, even if that meant he were a little louder, because it is the people that he represents, that I represent, that actually all of us represent, that get hurt. We saw what these type policies did during the Obama administration. If you go back to September of 2013, there was something that occurred that had never happened in the history of the United States. President Obama even admitted it on video, that 95% of America's profit went to the top 1%. That had never happened. And if you look at what happened then, constant trashing of Wall Street, as that president, that administration made more money for Wall Street than anybody. It was incredible how much the rich were helped. And if you look at these policies that we're talking about, and that Mr. Garrett is trying to prevent from further hurting the people on fixed income, on Social Security, on disability, the middle class, the lower middle class, when energy prices skyrocket, it's not even a blip on the billionaires that donate hundreds of millions to the Democratic Party. They don't even notice so much. But for those on fixed incomes that are those that are working hard and just barely getting by or living month to month, it is absolutely devastating. And that's what these policies do. When we cut off some of our sources of energy, it hurts the people across America, the big masses, the people that we're supposed to be helping. And I know there are many people that think they're helping the little people in America. Well, these are rank and file folks, and they matter. And I hear from them all the time, especially since the Biden administration took over and the price of energy skyrocketed. I know there's a lot of talk about the greed in the energy companies, but they have got to be rubbing their hands when they and excited when they see what the Democratic administration has done to the price of oil and to their profits. And as Mr. Garrett said, and Mr. Westerman, we're actually helping Russia, we're helping Iran by these kind of policies, making it more difficult, more expensive to go after energy because it increases the cost of energy. China doesn't have as much oil and gas as some of the others, some of our enemies like Russia and some in the Middle East. But we need to be giving more thought to those people that just can't afford to have energy prices going up. I know my friends have seen the numbers on people who are living month to month. They're barely paying any down on their credit cards. And when you have single moms come to you crying that, you know, they're maxing out their credit cards to pay for gas, and they've got to get to their jobs because they can't afford a closer in place to live, or they can't make it if the price of energy keeps going up, then I think we would have more sensitivity here to what Mr. Garrett is saying. So I appreciate the innovative approach he's taken, because the bottom line is we don't want to end up where a lady that lived near Carthage, Texas, she said, I'm 80 and my price of energy has gone so high. I was born and in my early days raised in a home where the only energy was a wood burning stove. And I'm afraid that the way things are going, I'm going to end up in a home that only has a wood burning stove. And I had to sadly tell her that these same people that have driven your price of your energy up want to eliminate the wood burning stove, so you won't even have what you were born into. So we need to be sensitive to those folks, and I appreciate the innovation of Mr. Garrett and urge people to vote yes. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, it's DeGette, and I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Gett, you're recognized for your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, is this amendment germane under the rules?
Yeah, I think the merits of it is going to be determined by voting. The issue in germaneness was discussed. Council looked at it, and although the conversation in terms of justification for support of the amendment has not dealt with the points inside of it, it's dealt with something else. Nevertheless, the best way to resolve it in our estimation, legal counsel, was to let the vote determine that.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with you. I think the best way to resolve it is a vote. I was just going to point out that germaneness was raised. I'm not sure it is germane. The debate hasn't really been to the amendment, and I think it's been pretty much covered. And so therefore, I would urge members to vote no on this amendment, and I would yield back.
Mr. Chairman, could I request unanimous consent, since some memory holding on jobs in the economy during the Obama years is underway, that we enter into the record a basic chart from the Federal Reserve showing that for the final 6 years of the Obama administration, Louisiana unemployment rates declined the entire time pretty steadily.
Without objection. Thank you, Mr. Huffman. So
thank you.
Ordered.
Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else wish to discuss the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Huffman, you recognized. Mr. Levin, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield to Ms. Porter, Representative Porter.
Gentleman
Thank you
yields.
very much.
Representative
Thank you very
Porter.
much. Thank you very much, Mr. Levin, for yielding. I want to make clear to Mr. Graves that I did not call him a name. I did state that he was engaged in an act of shilling for the oil and gas industry, but I did not call you a name, and I would never want to do that, sir. I respect your passionate advocacy. But the reality is that you represent oil and gas, both people who work in those industries in many cases, but you also represent large oil and gas industries, and that they are major contributors to your campaign and that you have a close relationship with them. I, on the other hand, don't take any contributions from people who work in the oil and gas industry, not much less corporate PAC money from those entities. And I'm simply trying to get a fair return for all American taxpayers, including those who work in the oil and gas industry. And with regard to Mr. Gomert's comments, I have to say, as the only single mom of young kids in Congress in the 116th, I don't need lectures about what it's like to make ends meet. In fact, before I came, and what it's like to be a single mother from Mr. Gomert. In fact, before I came to Congress, my area of academic expertise was bankruptcy, and consumer bankruptcy, and I studied families in financial distress. I wrote a book about it. I wrote over a dozen law review articles, and I was a principal investigator on 3 studies to try to understand why families are in financial distress. In all of that time, in all of those studies, the prices of energy was never described to me in the hundreds of thousands of families that I talked to, including sitting in bankruptcy court, interviewing them one-on-one. The prices of energy, of home energy, never came up. There is no doubt that it is a cost, particularly for those on a fixed income. But I want to repeat, there is no credible evidence from a nonpartisan organization that this bill would cause a rise in energy production, the movement of any oil production overseas, that it would cause any change in child labor, that it would cause the loss of jobs in Louisiana or elsewhere. There's simply no evidence of this. And with regard to this study, I believe it might have been my colleague from Minnesota, Representative Stauber, who entered a study into the record. I think it's important for the American public to know that that study was reviewed, commented on, and improved by the Western Energy Alliance. It's a very different thing than a study conducted by the nonpartisan GAO, which we all rely on both sides of the aisle to understand problems. So with all due respect, I am very well situated to understand the plight of working families, to understand the plight of what it's like for people to have to file bankruptcy, to get themselves into credit card debt. That has been my life's work, to study those things, not to be a staffer in Washington or be an elected official, but to listen to people in financial distress. And these families are not being driven into bankruptcy because of high energy costs. And in fact, what we need is to recover a fair return for all taxpayers on energy production. And there's simply no credible research other than an industry reviewed, commented, and shaped study that suggests that there will be a decline in federal energy production or a loss of jobs because of this amendment. This is, again, not about stopping energy production. It's about getting a fair rate of return for every single taxpayer, and money, that revenue that can be used, in fact, to help support things like education and help support things like addressing issues of racial inequity. So with all due respect, I appreciate the spirit in which the arguments have been made and the passion that people are bringing to it. But I am here as an advocate for American taxpayers. I am not here as an advocate for the energy industry. Thank you very much, and I yield back to Mr. Levin.
Yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Levin yields back. And
Mr. Chair.
Anyone else wish to be recognized in this amendment?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rosendale, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. With all this talk about the modernization of these rates and what we're doing with this legislation, I personally find it creative writing. This is not modernization. It's just another tactic to raise taxes. Let's call it what it is. It's raising taxes. And what we are doing here by raising these taxes is simply ignoring the principles of supply and demand. And Mr. Graves has talked about it. I've talked about it. Mr. Stauber's talked about it. Many of us have talked about it. Mr. Westerman, about this is just one component of what drives that industry. And when you start raising these fees and making the mandates, you completely ignore the marketplace to allow it to function. These properties go out on bids. And if there is the prospects of generating a profit, then these companies pay more for their bids. They bid it up. It's not a closed auction. Anyone can come out and bid to try and develop this. And by setting these requirements so high, you eliminate people from the marketplace and you are decreasing revenue to the tax base. You're just going to decrease the revenue. That has been proven out. What I'll also tell you is and I think that this a particular amendment is very germane, because what we are doing by proposing all these raising of taxes, you're basically gambling on what is going to take place in the hereafter. So you're going to Las Vegas or going to the casino with somebody else's money. You're gambling with house money, as they say, because you have nothing at risk. And this way, we do have something at risk. I appreciate Mr. Graves putting this amendment forward, and I am willing to say, no, if it decreases the revenue, then I'll share in those losses. So I appreciate you putting it forward. People will have, as they say, skin in the game, and let's stop using somebody else's money to gamble. Thank you so much. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chair?
Amendment number 6. Yes.
Mr. Chair? Stauber, yep.
Mr. Stauber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To my colleague, Representative Porter, you mentioned my name of putting a study up. The only
Gentleman with suspend, we can't hear him.
Sorry. To my colleague, Representative Porter, you had mentioned my name on a study maybe today. The only statistic that I spoke from was the Bureau of Labor Statistics on the unemployment of Native American women. So I'm not sure what other study that you were talking about that I brought forward, unless you were assuming that one, ma'am.
Sir, it wasn't you.
Okay. Okay, I yield back then. Thank you.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized?
Rep. Soto.
Mr. Soto, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you so much, and thank you to Representative Porter for bringing forward this amazing bill. We must be in opposite world today. You're fighting for working people today. Let's be clear. You're fighting for the oil and gas industry. We had the PRO Act, the top issue of labor for decades. Other than Don Young, Representative Dean, thank you for voting yes. But the rest of you voted no. You voted no on the top working class, top union issue in decades. And then you're here to say that you're going to be helping them. We know you're here to help big oil. That's what this is all about today. And all of you say you support the private sector, the free market, except here, except right now, when it comes to oil and gas paying fair market rates for America's resources. Whether they're in your state or ours, it's America's resources. And we deserve to get a fair return on it over and over. And except when it comes to the interest of taxpayers. I keep on hearing tax increase. This is going to help with revenue for the United States. This is taxpayers that are going to be helped by this. And it's going to make sure that business pays their fair share. And finally, not even a tacit, not even a slight recognition that we're facing a climate crisis, an existential threat to the human race. The world is on fire, and what is your answer? Pour more gasoline on it? That's insanity. President Biden was elected to boost our infrastructure, to make the wealthy, including major corporations, to pay their fair share and to combat the climate crisis. And Representative Porter's bill is a huge part of making that happen. And regardless of this amendment or others, I'm looking forward to voting for it. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Graves number 6? Let me recognize myself. I can't resist jumping into the stream of consciousness that's going on regarding this amendment. And let me assure my colleagues that some of the issues that have come up, issues of consultation that Ms. McCollum and other amendments in terms of the role of tribes and indigenous people and the decision-making around this issue and other issues. The issue about energy poverty that has been brought up on almost every piece of legislation, and the general issue around the public lands and their role in climate change, and our oceans and waterways as well. There will be significant pieces of legislation that this committee will deal with on every one of those topics. And so when we deal with consultation and codifying the role of tribes in decision-making, you'll have your opportunity. When it comes to environmental justice issues, in terms of cumulative effect, enforcement, and protections extended to vulnerable communities, you'll have your chance. And in terms of a public land policy that contributes to the reduction of the climate crisis risk, you'll have your chance. And water and oceans as well. We'll have your opportunities, and because I think that's what's ahead. We are not dealing. The piece of legislation that Representative Porter has put forward is about accountability and about holding accountable the energy industry, for lack of a better word. Something I think we should all be for. But as we go forward, the issue of how we deal with this climate crisis and the role that this jurisdiction has in those areas is we're going to have significant pieces of legislation to deal with. And so I'm looking forward to it. I think Ms. Porter is an important part of that and a precursor to those discussions, as is the bills that will follow hers, Mr. Lowenthal's, Mr. Levin's, and others that have already been done. Yeah, it's about the social cost and the future with regards to our jurisdiction, and that's always going to be part of it. And so we can continue to have these debates on every one of them. That's fine. But on significant pieces of legislation central to some of the points that have been made today, everybody will have their chance to take their vote on that. Any else? And I yield back. Anybody else wish to be recognized on Graves number 6? If not,
Mr. Gosar, somebody would yield the time.
Mr. Gosar, you're recognized, sir.
Well, I think I've already spoken. I need
Okay.
somebody to yield me some time.
Mr. Chairman, it's Westerman.
Have you spoken already, Mr. Westerman?
I have not on this amendment.
I'm just not that I'm trying to prevent Mr. Gosar from speaking, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield time to Mr. Gosar.
I think the ranking member, boy, this is classic. To the gentlewoman from California, I love your fact that you're speaking up on support of GAO. I am a big fan of GAO. And so I would love to see you support removing Davis-Bacon under the current situation because GAO has shown that the calculations of Davis-Bacon, the prevailing wage, is seriously, sometimes almost 100% incorrect. And this would be a great saving to the American public. Number two is just last week in the very same markup, all of you voted to end union jobs in Resolution Copper. Yeah, every single one of you. So if we're going to start pointing the finger, I'm loving the fact that we can start pointing it back. And last but not least, you're seeming to lose a lot of your support about the Green New Deal and this answer to the climate change. I mean, even people like Michael Moore have seen the light that without fossil fuels, this is not even possible. Same thing with Michael Schellenberger and with nuclear energy. So once again, I want to just point the finger and say, you know what? I expect every single one of you, on behalf of returns to the consumer, that we change Davis-Bacon because it's costing the taxpayer an awful lot of money. Let's be fair. I thank the gentleman for this amendment. It's a spirited debate, and it should be, because we need to have things out in front of people that mean something, that are based on fact, not fallacy, that can be duplicated like science has shown us. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I look forward to future debates, and in regards to conversations with the tribes, it is recumbent upon them to seek and be part of a conversation on consultation. Just because you refuse to meet with somebody doesn't give you the permission to say you weren't consulted. So from that standpoint, let's be fair. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gosar, and I appreciate the comment. I think the full and robust debate is necessary. As time-consuming as it is, one of the things that I hope to do, and my colleagues in the majority have agreed to that, is to allow, which we didn't previously as much as we should have, allow a full debate and allow a full discussion of every issue that comes before us. So going forward, yeah, there'll be full debates, because that's the way the thing should function, and that's different from what it's functioned in the past. With that, anyone else wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chair, this is Representative Ledger Fernandez.
You are recognized, Ms. Representative.
Mr. Chair, I oppose the amendment and support and thank Representative Porter for this bill. As she noted, here in New Mexico, we have lost out on $5 billion in revenue because the BLM rates are so low, and are lower than, in fact, the state rates, and lower than tribal rates, on tribal lands in our communities. So I go back to what this bill is about. It is limited to looking at what those royalty rates are. It is looking at what we do on the BLM lands, on our trust lands that belong to all of us. You know, we keep using the word taxpayer, and we have to remember that this is our common good, that it is the American people who own these resources. And what this bill is trying to do is to say that the American people deserve to be paid what the market would pay for this resource. That is the essence of this bill, and we should stay focused on what this bill is about. And for that, I oppose the amendment, and I look forward to voting in favor of this bill.
Lady yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized? Hearing no further debate, the question is on Mr. Graves' amendment number 6 to the legislation. I will pause so the members in favor can unmute. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 All those members opposed can unmute. All opposed indicate by saying no.
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 The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Representative Boebert, you have an amendment. Mr. Graves has requested a recorded vote, and it's postponed as per prior announcement. Representative Boebert, you have an amendment designated as number 2, and you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this is Westerman, and I ask be able to present the amendment on behalf of Representative Boebert.
You're recognized, sir.
Okay. Unlike the amendment presented by the bill sponsor, this amendment requires that tribes consent, or that we have consent from tribes on to whether provisions contained in this bill would apply to operations on their lands. Indian tribes have and continue to prove they are the best stewards of their lands and should be provided the opportunity to do what is in their best interest. We must remember Indian land is not federal land. The federal government and unelected bureaucrats shouldn't be micromanaging tribes who already have stringent standards and regulations in place. This amendment, which we wrote with the Southern Ute tribe, allows tribes the opportunity to accept or decline the provisions of this bill as they apply to any operations on tribal lands. In contrast, the sponsor's amendment applies a narrow and somewhat unclear blanket exemption that restricts tribes' abilities to exercise self-determination to decide what activities occur on their lands. The sponsor's amendment does not define important terms, including Indian tribe, Indian land, or Indian reservation, meaning whether the amendment adequately exempts tribes is unclear. Tribes are best suited to make decisions that impact themselves and their lands. Voting against this amendment is a vote against tribal sovereignty and self-determination. I encourage my colleagues to adopt this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone wish to be recognized on this amendment? Over number 2. Hearing no further debate, the question is on Bobert Amendment number 2 to the legislation. I will pause. The members in favor can unmute. All those members in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 I pause so the members opposed can unmute. All those say no indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair,
Chairman, I
I
ask
ask
for
for
a
a recorded
recorded
vote.
vote.
Mr. Westerman has requested a recorded vote, and that is postponed pursuant to the prior announcement. Are there any additional amendments to the legislation? No. The question on the adoption of the bill as amended and will be postponed until we deal with the amendments toward the meeting. At this point, let me once again thank Representative DeGette for managing the next 2 pieces of legislation. I appreciate it very much. And I thought, the issue has come up, and well, in a different crowd, this might be something I would have to explain, but I appreciate it. Something here in the district, I'm in the district, that requires my attention. It's important, somewhat urgent, and I need to be involved in that, and I will do that as quickly as possible. In return, I appreciate it very much. I will be watching the meeting, and I want to thank Ms. DeGette for courtesy and allowing me to deal with this reality right now. With that, let me yield the management of HR 1505 and HR 1506 to Representative DeGette. Ms. DeGette, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to help, and I will strive to uphold the wonderful chairmanship standards that you have set all this Congress, but particularly today. And with that, the chair will call up HR 1505 offered by Representative Lowenthal and ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee on Energy and Mineral Resources be discharged from further consideration of the bill. Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any time. And at this time, the chair will recognize Mr. Lowenthal to speak on his legislation.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair DeGette. And thank Chair Grijalva for holding today's markup in several bills that will protect taxpayers, protect local communities, our air, our water, and our land from the impacts of oil and gas development on public lands. I'm proud to be the author of 2 of these bills on today's agenda. HR 1505, the Bonding Reform and Taxpayer Protection Act, and HR 1506, the Transparency in Energy Production Act. HR 1505 would increase minimum oil and gas bonding amounts and require that they be adjusted regularly for inflation. Bonds held by the Bureau of Land Management are essential for ensuring that the taxpayers don't pay to clean up industry's mess. Unfortunately, minimum bond amounts have not increased since 1960. And in 2019, the Government Accountability Office found that the bonds held by BLM are completely insufficient to reclaim wells on public lands, and the public could be on the hook for millions of dollars in reclamation costs. I strongly support efforts by my colleague, Representative Ledger Fernandez of New Mexico, and the Biden administration to create jobs by funding the cleanup of orphaned wells across the country. That's a win for the climate, it's a win for the environment, and for workers. But unless we raise bonding levels, all we're going to be doing is encouraging companies to leave their wells behind in the future, waiting for taxpayers to step in again. I'm also offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute to establish a small fee on oil and gas production to pay for future cleanups. This is modeled after the system that Wyoming uses to protect its taxpayers and what we heard in a hearing in our subcommittee. The ANS would also allow the Bureau of Land Management, BLM, to phase in higher bond amounts over a 3-year period. It is critical that we strengthen BLM bonding policies to prevent the oil and gas industry from walking away from their responsibilities and leaving a trail of pollution and debris in their wake. HR 1505 will achieve this goal. I would like to again thank Chair Grijalva and for including my bill in today's markup, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Before we consider amendments, does any other member wish to seek recognition? Please state your name, as I have difficulty seeing you on my small screen.
Madam Chair Stauber.
Representative Stauber, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I rise today in opposition of Mr. Lowenthal's legislation, HR 1505. You know, this bill provides a classic big government top-down approach to the issue. According to the nonpartisan Government Accountability Office, only 1/3 of 1% of wells drilled on federal land are orphaned. The bill jacks up bond requirements for all operators, not just the bad actors. This is unfortunately another attempt at ending all oil and gas development by disincentivizing any operators at all. Ending the nationwide bond option, for example, eliminates the most economical for many small operators looking to grow their businesses. The onshore oil and gas program returned about $2.7 billion in royalties in 2018. These funds went to programs, as we've discussed earlier, the National Parks and Public Legacy Restoration Fund, created by the Great American Outdoors Act. Meanwhile, the Bureau of Land Management spent only $267,600 on reclamation for orphaned oil wells. I had the privilege of going down to New Mexico and watching a well go from orphan to be cleaned up. The Bureau of Land Management was there. I saw it firsthand. We do need to clean up these orphan wells without a question. But let's focus on the bad actors. Focus on the bad actors. So let's not punish the parks funding to remedy 1/3 of 1% of orphan wells. Therefore, I'm unable at this point to support this bill in its current form. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member seek recognition on the bill in general?
Madam Chair, this is Representative Leger Fernandez.
Representative Leger Fernandez, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I support this bill. I truly appreciate that we are looking at the importance of the need to have bonding that is adequate for the task at hand. We need to remember that this is a legal responsibility of the oil and gas companies to clean up their mess, right? Sometimes it's a mess. Sometimes it's not. Some oil and gas companies do a very good job of maintaining their wells. I live in New Mexico, and we have hundreds of abandoned and orphaned wells. And without sufficient resources, the state is left holding the bill, or the federal government is left holding the bill. And so what we need to do is raise the bonding levy so it is adequate to make sure that the oil and gas companies have the resources at hand to clean up their wells. And we've seen that this is a real problem, as we can attest here in New Mexico. And what happens when those wells are not cleaned up? What happens is that they continue to emit methane, which is a source for our climate crisis. Methane, as we all know, is from 28 times to 100 times more of a negative impact on our climate crisis than carbon dioxide. So all we're asking is that the cleanup, the cost of cleanup, be reflected in the bond rates. And when we had a hearing on my bill, and thank you for recognizing it, Representative Lowenthal, it was noted that the bond rates had not increased in decades. There was a great testimony from Don Schreiber, who actually had an insurance company that assisted in insuring and issuing those bonds, that pointed out that, when they first issued those bonds back in the 50s, he had these, the cars that you could buy and how expensive those basic truck cost. And, $10,000 for that truck back then, $40,000 now, but the bond rates have never changed. So what we're trying to do now, what I see Mr. Lowenthal doing with this legislation, is simply having the bond rates reflect the true cost of cleanup so that the taxpayers are not left footing the bill. And thank you, Mr. Lowenthal, for this legislation. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does any other member seek recognition to speak on the bill itself?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Mr. Huffman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Huffman. We just heard from Mr. Stauber in opposing the bill that it's a minuscule problem. There are no abandoned mine wells on federal lands. Well, according to new estimates from the Interior Department, the number of orphaned and likely orphaned wells on federal lands is considerably higher than even I expected. The numbers are staggering. Combine the Forest Service, the BLM, the National Park Service, and the Fish and Wildlife Service are now estimating there are more than 14,400 wells on their lands that either are orphaned or likely to be orphaned. Given the cost to plug and reclaim wells, the cleanup costs on just these 14,400 wells could be more than $2 billion. And who's going to pay the cost? The U.S. taxpayers. This is the exact reason that we need both an orphan well fee and stronger bonding requirements. This is a very serious issue, and it's much more than has been stated by the opposition. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Huffman, do you yield back? Sir, Mr. Huffman yields back. Any other member wish to be recognized?
Madam Chair, this is Westerman.
Mr. Westerman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I applaud the gentleman for wanting to address this issue. And I don't deny his facts that we have a problem with abandoned wells. But I think we do need to make the distinction that these wells were not abandoned by current operators. These are sins of the past. If you look at the GAO report that Mr. Stauber referenced, today less than 3 out of 1,000 wells are abandoned. So we definitely have a problem. We need to clean up these abandoned wells, but I don't think it's fair to put that burden completely on current producers, and that's what this bill would do by increasing bond rates for people who are producing responsibly today to take care of a problem that they didn't create. So for these reasons that I can't support this bill in its current form, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to seek recognition on the bill? Chair will recognize. Mr. Gosar, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, we're here debating legislation put forward by the majority that will cut off our domestic oil and gas production in favor of more foreign imports. That follows on the legislation from last week, which cut off our ability to develop our domestic critical mineral supply stream. My colleagues are so convinced that we can simply make new energy happen without any consequences, that they are prepared to cut off as much domestic oil and gas production as possible. However, as our former colleague Jay Inslee once wrote, when it comes to energy, there is no free environmental lunch, only a series of trade-offs, end of quote. Today, the International Energy Agency is out with a new report on those important trade-offs and the real demands for critical minerals. I will submit that report for the record.
Without objection.
This report highlights that as our nation and the globe move into a more electrified future, we will face major shortage and economic disruption if we don't expand our security of critical minerals. According to the IEA, the energy sector's needs for minerals could rise by as much as 6 times by 2040. The reason for this change is because an energy system powered by wind, solar, and battery energy are profoundly different than one.
I might want to
Please, all members, please mute. Mr. Gosar, you can continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One example from the IEA is that an offshore wind plant needs 13 times more mineral resources than a similar sized gas power plant. Let me state that again. Wind needs 13 times more minerals than natural gas. This report shows that the world, not just the United States, but the world is facing a significant mismatch between the demands of potential energy industry and the availability of critical minerals that are essential to meeting those demands. The IEA says that the production and processing of many minerals, particularly nickel, cobalt, and rare earths, are concentrated in only a handful of countries. In some cases, the top 3 producers generate over 75% of the supplies. Essentially, the ability for us to control our own energy future can be held hostage by just a handful of bad actors. The reality is we are sacrificing our domestic future by not allowing working to secure our own mineral future. While we are not simply going to need more minerals for the energy, but the nations that control the mineral production and processing will increasingly control the manufacturing. So while we are here today continuing a markup where the majority has already voted to kill American mining jobs and shut down domestic mining, while we are debating bills that will increase costs and close off lands to domestic oil and gas, in the real world, global energy leaders are calling on nations to defend themselves by advancing more mineral production and processing and building stockpiles of minerals to avoid hostage taking by bad actors. If the majority were actually concerned with how our nation's energy future will develop, what our impacts on the globe will actually be, we should be focusing on those issues and real solutions. We should stop fighting the slave labor in China from fueling our solar industry and stop child labor in Congo from fueling our battery systems. Yet here we are debating bills that work to shut down domestic energy, fail to focus on the real issues facing our energy future, and threaten the future of American mining and manufacturing and energy. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member seek recognition on the bill? Mr. Soto, do you seek recognition?
I do, Madam Chair.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. The story of Piney Point in my own home state, a huge issue right now in Florida, has lessons for us for this very bill. In 1966, Borden Fertilizer opened in an industrial plant in Piney Point to process phosphate, a key ingredient in fertilizer. By 1970, it had been discovered that the plant was dumping waste into Bishop Harbor in the Gulf of Mexico, resulting in fish kills. Then it was Amax Phosphate, purchased the property in 1980, then sold it to FSC just a few years later, which was absorbed by Consolidated Minerals, Inc. By 1988, the plant had changed hands once again to Royster Phosphates. In 1989, a leaking storage tank released 23,000 US gallons of sulfate that prompted evacuations of the area. Two instances then in 1991 released sulfur dioxide and sulfur trioxide into the air, killing 3 workers and creating an acid cloud that caused 30 people to become ill. The FBI seized the company's records in 1992. Then Mulberry Corporation purchased the plant in 1993 when Royster Phosphate declared bankruptcy. Mulberry abruptly ceased operations at the plant in 1999 due to a lack of funds. And in 2001, Mulberry abandoned the property just 48 hours after notifying the government that it could no longer afford to assure environmental security and days before declaring bankruptcy itself. In 2006, HRK Holdings, LLC, purchased the property for $4.3 million with the requirement that they maintain the phosphogypsum stacks and contaminated wastewater left from the former operations of the plant. No bond was ever secured at this property. This is the same old song. Mining companies are formed, resources are harnessed, profits are incurred, mining companies go bankrupt. And when the music stops, environmental disasters ensue and taxpayers foot the bill. Our state legislature just had to allocate $101 million or $100 million in emergency funding to clean up the troubled Piney Point site left by generations of mining companies that didn't do the right thing. This is why we have these programs of bonding, to protect taxpayers and to protect our environment. And I applaud Chair Lowenthal for this great bill.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member seek recognition on the bill? Chair will recognize herself for 5 minutes. I strongly support this legislation, and it's because it's really simple. The bill's based on the principle that polluters should clean up their own mess. BLM oil and gas bond amounts haven't increased in decades, as we've heard, and this has allowed companies to walk away from wells and leave taxpayers on the hook for cleanup. Mr. Soto just talked about a really particularly poignant example, but as Ms. Leger-Fernandez said, these wells occur all throughout the West. Communities across the country with hazardous sites are left with wells that leak methane and pollute groundwater. This bill would strengthen BLM bonding requirements for the first time since the Eisenhower administration, which will protect public lands and taxpayers. And I want to thank Representative Lowenthal for offering the bill and urge everyone to vote for it. And with that, we will start the amendment process. Mr. Graves, you have an amendment at the desk? Number 81.
Madam Chair, this is Representative Westerman, and I would like to offer the amendment filed by my colleague, Mr. Graves.
Fine, the gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we've discussed in this committee on more than one occasion, we will need to determine as a country how to balance our growing demand for renewable energy with responsible sourcing of critical minerals. And Madam Chair, I would like to point out that there is already bonding requirements in place for people drilling wells on federal lands. That we're talking about increasing the rate. And again, we have an issue with orphaned wells that we need to address. I just don't believe that this is the best way to address those issues. And as we look at, it kind of goes back to Newton's third law of, an equal and opposite effect. When we move something in one direction, we're going to have an equal reaction in another direction. And that's what Mr. Graves' amendment is about, is how do we find that balance? In HR 1505, there are several provisions that would make it more difficult for oil and gas operators in the United States to acquire necessary capital to operate. Again, when oil and gas becomes too expensive or difficult to produce domestically, the most likely result is that we will see a rise in imports from other suppliers such as OPEC. There's another alternative, and that is, particularly as the Biden administration has made clear that renewable energy is the only truly acceptable way to power our country in the future. If we have a lack of domestic oil and gas production, that will translate into an increased demand for renewables to fill in the gap. That, of course, part of this equal and opposite reaction will lead directly into higher demand for minerals. This amendment will require the Secretary of the Interior to determine that that this bill would not result in any increased reliance on minerals from foreign nations using child forced labor, and that this bill would not threaten the national security of the United States. As we consider this and other bills today, that will handicap domestic energy production. We must ensure that negative externalities do not extend beyond our shores, particularly in the case of children or people forced into labor. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any member seek recognition?
Yes, I would like to speak in.
Mr. Lowenthal, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. The sky is not falling. There are two issues. First, I'd like to address the issue that by requiring a company to provide a BLM, a bond that is the full projected cost to reclaim the land, that this is going to cause an inability of companies to compete or to be out, or will stop the production of oil and gas. That is simply ridiculous. The reason why it's ridiculous is in 2019, the General Accountability Office found that not requiring this level of bonding is going to lead to more orphan wells that taxpayers are going to have to clean up. The GAO determined, and I'm going to quote the GAO, bonds are not sufficient now to prevent orphan wells, in part because they don't reflect the full reclamation cost for the wells they cover. End of quote. GAO found that bonds that are less than the full reclamation cost create incentives for companies just to walk away from their financial responsibilities. But remember, critically important for the good customers is that the great thing about a bond is a company gets all its money back if they clean up their mess. We're talking about companies that do not clean up their mess. A full cost bond disincentivizes bad behavior and protects taxpayers in the event an oil or gas company goes bankrupt or ignores its responsibility. And the second part is about the bill increasing foreign minerals, use of child labor. Those are not really part of this bill, and I oppose the Graves.
Will the gentleman yield to the chair?
Yes, I yield to the chair.
The chair intended to state without objection the ANS offered by Representative Lowenthal is considered as read and open to amendment, and I've now stated that, and so this Amendment 81 is to the ANS. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I apologize. This is what happens when we have remote hearings. The gentleman, I'll yield back to you. Thank you.
That's fine. I oppose the Graves Amendment. I think it's not germane, and I also believe that the discussion by the opposition in defending it, saying that it's inappropriate to ask for these kinds of bonds levels, is not what the GAO has stated. It is critically important that bonds reflect the costs of reclamation. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Does any other member seek recognition to speak on this amendment? Seeing none, the vote will occur on amendment number 81 by Mr. Graves, offered by Mr. Westerman. The members in favor will please unmute themselves. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Please remute. All opposed, unmute. All opposed, say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments at the desk or that wish to be offered? Mr. Graves, Amendment number 83.
Madam Chairwoman, this is Gosar, wanting to actually propose this for Mr. Graves.
Mr. Gosar, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the end, this is a matter of a substitute to HR 1505 offered by Mr. Graves. At the end of the bill, insert the following new section. Section 6, effective date and conditions. This act and the amendments made by this act shall not take effect until the Secretary of Interior determines not later than 60 days after the date of enactment of this act, that this act and such amendments would not result in increased reliance by the United States on minerals from foreign countries with less stringent environmental and worker safety standards than those in the United States. You know, Madam Chair, to address this issue, we have to look at the increased cost and reliance on energy, which is very needed in regards to mineral extraction. Last year, our carbon savings separated from the Paris Climate Accord exceeded the combined reductions of the next 5, at least, in carbon reduction. And a lot of this was mainly due to our use of our clean natural gas, which is much better than we see in coming out of Russia and others. So those costs would be further implicate our mineral extraction. And I think this is a very poignant and germane added amendment to this act. We want to make sure that the discretion is built there so that we make sure that we're not undoing our energy dominance, as well as our energy dominance in regards to making sure that critical minerals and their extractions we are not beholden to any country like China or others. So with that, I ask for the amendment to actually be adopted. And with that, I yield back for Mr. Graves.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member seek recognition? Mr. Lowen.
I seek recognition.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I will be brief, Madam Chair. I oppose this amendment because this amendment is totally unrelated to my bill. My bill reforms bonding requirements on public lands. That's all it does. The amendment talks about reliance on minerals from foreign countries with less environment and working safety standards. I appreciate Mr. Graves wanting to talk about that issue, but it has no relevance to this bill. I urge opposition and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member seek recognition on the Graves Amendment number 83? Seeing none, the vote will now occur. Those in favor, please unmute yourselves. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the noes have it and the amendment is not agreed to.
Madam Chairwoman, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. The vote will be postponed pursuant to the chair's prior announcement. And are there any other amendments to this bill? Seeing none, the chair will yield back to the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Grijalva, for final vote.
Madam Chair, this is Congressman Lowenthal, Representative Lowenthal.
Okay, hang on a minute, Mr. Lowenthal. Okay, seeing no other amendments to this bill, pursuant to the chairman's previous ruling, final vote on this legislation will be postponed. And the chair will now call up HR 1506 by Mr. Lowenthal. Mr. Lowenthal, you're recognized for 5 minutes in favor of your bill. Oh, but wait, before I recognize, Wait a minute, before I recognize you, I will ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee on Energy and Mineral Resources be discharged from further consideration of the bill. And without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any time. Now you're recognized, Mr. Lowenthal.
Now I'm ready. I was waiting for that, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's difficult kind of jumping in, but I really appreciate your effort and you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, HR 1506 on its face is simply about transparency. It's about making sure that companies operating on America's public lands tell the public basic information about how they run their operations. But in actuality, it's much more than that. My bill is about protecting public health, safeguarding the environment, and trying to keep the devastating impacts of climate change in check. Right now, it's next to impossible for communities to find out critical details about the impacts of projects on public lands. This is wrong. People have a right to know what is being released into their backyards and the types of pollution that may be impacting their families. The amount of greenhouse emissions, the water use that goes into these drilling, the hazardous waste spills, the conflicts with tribal lands, and ecological impacts. All of these are simply going to be disclosed under this legislation. More transparency will lead to better management decisions and better outcomes for the scores of people that live on and near our public lands. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Does any member wish to speak on the bill itself before we go to the amendment process?
Madam Chair. Stauber, Minnesota.
Who seeks recognition? Mr. Stauber, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before us today is another wish list bill that I find it telling. HR 1506 requires America's energy operators, before seeking a lease on our federal lands, to report to the so-called Sustainability Accounting Standards Board. This board is an organization of billionaires, failed presidential candidates, and corporate CEOs. That's right. Before an American company is allowed to develop energy to heat our homes, fuel our vehicles, and keep the lights on, this bill requires us to get a pat on the head from an unelected and unaccountable of who's who of the privileged elite. While they fly high above our working class Americans on their private jets, single-handedly emitting more greenhouse gases than the rest of us combined, they want to tell American workers what they can and can't do. So let's examine some of these prominent members of that board. Mr. Michael Bloomberg, the former mayor of New York City and the 8th richest person in the world, correction, 8th richest person in America, ran for president on an anti-energy agenda. And it's no secret that he's thrown millions behind attacking responsible development. In fact, after he lost the presidential primary, he tried to buy the Texas Railroad Commission with several $1 million to influence state regulations of oil and gas. Of course, he did not succeed. Let's look at another example, Mr. Tom Steyer. We all know Tom as well, another presidential candidate and a Green New Deal billionaire. Tom's big idea was to transition oil and gas workers away from their livelihoods and to do jobs that he, an elitist billionaire, believes are more just. This bill requires Tom and Mike to check off whether or not our responsible producers are allowed to find the energy needed for all Americans to heat our homes and drive our vehicles to work. As these privileged elites fly their private jets to Europe to glad hand with people like John Kerry and international activists, they want to review the SASB reports high above working Americans. And from their private jets, they want to tell us when, how, and if can develop our fuel and natural resources. From their 5th vacation home on the coast, Tom and Mike want to decide whether our energy security is in line with the Green New Deal. Mr. Chair, this bill truly embodies the Green New Deal platform of the Democratic Party by handing accountability over to the highest bidder. And I and many other Americans simply reject that. And I urge my colleagues to vote against H.R. 1506. And I yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member seek recognition on the bill? Seeing none, the chair will announce she strongly supports this legislation. And right now, there's no easy way for somebody to find out how much air pollution on an oil and gas site on public land may be spewing near their home. The same thing is true for finding out about hazardous waste spills, water usage, impacts on local wildlife. And that's really exactly the opposite of how it should be on public lands. Responsibility should be on operators to disclose impacts, not on citizens to try to search in the dark for critical details. This is a common sense bill that simply requires public disclosures from companies operating energy projects on public land so the American people know what's happening in their backyards. This bill is going to result in a better informed public, and you can never argue with that. And so, therefore, I urge members to vote yes, and I yield back my time. And with that, Mr. Lowenthal, you have the First Amendment designated number 1, and you are recognized for 5 minutes in favor of your amendment. Mr. Lowenthal? Mr. Lowenthal, you're on mute.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. All right.
Now I'm unmuted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Thank you. My amendment would simply clarify that the disclosure requirements in the bills do apply to fossil fuel and renewable energy projects on tribal lands. Members of tribal nations across the country, whether in North Dakota, Oklahoma, New Mexico, or Colorado, deserve to know about the impacts of energy development in their communities. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member seek recognition on this amendment? Seeing
Madam
none.
Chair, it's Westerman.
Mr. Westerman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I oppose this amendment. The underlying bill would make energy and mining operators make disclosures required based on standards set by an unelected, unaccountable, non-governmental entity that can change their standards with no warning or oversight from the appropriate federal agencies. Oversight is an important role of the federal government, but I don't think we need to be farming that out to these non-governmental agencies that have a bias on the issue. These requirements should not apply to operators on federal lands, nor should they apply to operators on tribal lands. The federal government has a treaty and trust responsibility to tribes and their members, and we should do more to help promote tribal self-determination and allow tribal nations to do what they deem to be in their best interest. The federal government should not be determining what a tribe should or should not do on their lands held in trust by the federal government. Anything contrary to this is undermining tribal self-determination and their ability to promote the well-being of their nation. Limiting tribal sovereignty is contrary to the stated goals of the Biden administration and many members of this Congress. Tribal nations are capable of handling their own affairs without this sort of government overreach, which is not really government overreach. It's a non-government entity authorized by the government to do overreach. This committee has been very concerned about proper tribal consultation and other matters before the committee, yet tribes were not provided adequate government-to-government consultation opportunities on this amendment or the underlying bill. For these reasons, I oppose the amendment and I yield back.
Gentlemen, you'll speak. Any other debate on the Lowenthal amendment? Seeing none, the vote will now occur. Those in favor of the Lowenthal amendment will unmute, and all in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to the chairman's order. It will be deferred to a later time. And I now understand that there is an agreement on the additional on several of the amendments to offer them en bloc. Mr. Westerman, is that your understanding as well?
And Madam Chair, it appears as though we have reached an agreement on the adoption of the Republican amendment to HR 1506. If we all agree, I offer and ask unanimous consent that all 5 amendments be considered in block. Those amendments are, and I would like to offer them at this time, Boebert 1, Tiffany 1, Tiffany 2, Graves 82, and Boebert 2.
Gentleman offers those amendments. And Mr. Lowenthal, is that your understanding?
Yes, that is my understanding. All these amendments are talks about the reporting requirements and they are already included in the bill. They just expand upon the reporting and requirements in the bill, and I approve of all these amendments.
Okay, so Mr. Westerman has asked unanimous consent to offer Tiffany number 1, Tiffany number 2, Boebert number 1, Graves number 82, and Boebert number 2 on block without objection, so ordered. And we will consider the amendments on block. Mr. Westerman, you are recognized for 5 minutes in favor of the en bloc amendments.
Madam Chair, I'll be brief here since these have been agreed on. The bill sponsor is agreeable to them. I just urge support for these en bloc amendments, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who does any member seek recognition in opposition to the amendment? Mr. Lowenthal?
No, I am not in opposition to the amendments. I support the amendments. My bill already includes reporting requirements. And so therefore, you just enumerate on those, and I am very supportive of them.
All right. Is there any other further amendment on this debate on this en bloc amendment? Seeing none, the vote will occur. All in favor, unmute. Please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. And are there any further amendments to this bill? Seeing none, I see Mr. Grijalva here. He's asked that I defer back to him for a final passage vote. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Representative DeGette. I appreciate it very much. And
Mr. Chair.
So now will be Mr. Westerman be recognized.
I think
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Stauber had an amendment and he was muted.
I'm sorry, I don't have an amendment by Mr. Stauber on my list.
Yeah, it was circulated.
One moment.
What do we do?
It'd be Amendment 2.
Hey, let me ask the clerk, is that amendment been circulated?
Yes, the Stauber Amendment has been circulated.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Let me recognize Mr. Stauber for his amendment. He's recognized for 5 minutes.
It is amendment number one. My amendment number one, Mr. Chair.
Yes, yes, it is.
Thank you. Thank you. My amendment to HR 1506 is simple. It requires the board members and foundation board of directors of the so-called Sustainability Accounting Standards Board to disclose their political contributions and involvement with political campaigns. Democrats are set on turning the keys of our energy production over to liberal billionaires who don't have to worry about putting food on the table or keeping the heat on during a cold Minnesota night. The American people deserve to know who is deciding the regulations levied on their jobs by this unelected board. I disagree that a dark money Green New Deal organization ran by billionaires should be allowed to regulate our oil and gas workers and their livelihood. My amendment is needed because it's important to see who the board members are paying to gain this authority and power over the American worker. If my colleagues on the other side of the aisle truly support transparency, reference dark money, everyone on this panel should vote in favor of my amendment, reference those on that board that are making the decisions for the American worker. And I yield back.
This Stauber Amendment number one, and anyone else wish to have further discussion on the amendment? Hearing no further
Mr.
debate.
Chairman, it's Westerman.
Mr. Westerman, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As stated, HR 1506 would outsource federal regulatory responsibility for our domestic energy industry to an unaccountable, unelected, non-government organization. While supporters of 1506 will try to convince you of SASB's independence, their rhetoric is far from reality. SASB relies heavily on private donors, including former presidential candidates Michael Bloomberg and Tom Steyer, two of the Democrat Party's most active financial backers. This amendment would condition the implementation of HR 1506 on the SASB board and foundation board members first disclosing their political contributions and involvement with political campaigns. If we're going to insist on giving away regulation of our nation's critical energy resources to unelected special interests, at the very least, we owe Americans the decency of full transparency into the special interest backers and political agenda. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and shine a light on HR 1506's true aim to hand over regulation of our domestic energy supplies to the Democratic Party. I yield back.
Anyone else wish to?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I wish to speak to the amendment.
Representative Lowenthal, you're recognized.
Thank you. I would like to say that I oppose this amendment, and the reason I oppose it is that similar to the Security and Exchange Commission's requirement that companies follow the Financial Accounting Standards Board, this bill similarly requires that energy development on public lands follow the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board. Very similar to what the SEC, same process, and I urge a no vote on the amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else want to discuss this amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on Stauber Amendment number one to the legislation. I will pause for members to unmute. For those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
For those members opposed, please indicate by saying no.
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 The opinion of the chair is the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Stauber,
I request a recorded vote. Thank you.
gentleman requests a recorded vote. The vote is postponed pursuant to my, to the prior announcement. We are now, calling up the unfinished business, dealing with HR 1503, sponsored by our colleague, Mr. Levin. The item for consideration is this 1503. The relevant subcommittee has already been discharged from further consideration. The bill has been read and made open for amendments. We've completed debate and are currently on amendments. So on the unfinished business to HR 1503, the question is on amendment designated 11 number 1. A recorded vote has been requested. The members are reminded that under House regulations, members be visible to the chair in order to vote. There is no exception. If a member is visible but without sound, they may visually vote, thumbs up, thumbs down, and members should answer the clerk by saying your name and then your vote. This allows the camera enough time to switch to you and helps reduce the confusion. The motion is on amendment to designated 11 number 1. At this point, the clerk will read the names of any member. The clerk shall now call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
Yes.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Westerman.
Westerman, no.
Mr. Westerman votes no. Mrs. Napolitano.
Aye.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Sablan. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes no.
Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. McClintock. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar.
No.
Mr. Gosar votes no. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Graves. Mr. Levin.
Levin votes aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
Yes.
Ms. Porter votes aye. Mrs. Radawagan.
Radawagan, nay.
Mrs. Radawagan votes no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Leisure Fernandez votes yes.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes aye. Mr. Webster. Ms. Velasquez.
Ms. Velasquez votes aye.
Ms. Velasquez votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez Colon. Ms. Gonzalez Colon. Ms. DeGette. Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes no. Ms. DeGette.
Aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher's no.
Mr. Fulcher votes no. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle, aye.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Carl. Mr. Soto.
Votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale is a no.
Mr. Rosendale votes no. Mr. San Nicolas.
Together in person in groups. That'd be a really, really good thing if anybody's.
Mr. Moore.
Moore is a no.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes aye.
Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Harrell. Mr. Case.
Aye.
Mr. Case votes aye. Mrs. Boebert. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes aye.
Ms. McCollum votes aye. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, no.
Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Bentz.
Mr. Bentz votes no.
Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Tonko. Ms. Talib.
He votes yes.
Ms. Talib votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes yes.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye.
Madam Clerk, this is Representative Neguse. How am I recorded?
Mr. Neguse has not been recorded.
I vote aye.
Mr. Whitman votes no.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Mr. Whitman votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Complicated, but I think there's a lot of interest in doing so. And I'm hopeful that the next.
Mrs. Costa?
Mr. Costa has not been recorded.
Costa votes aye.
Mr. Costa votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how's Gallego recorded?
How's Mr. Gallegos recorded?
Mr. Gallego has not been recorded.
Gallego votes aye.
Mr. Gallego votes aye.
Attention, helping narrow the scope. I don't know, Connor, if you don't want.
Are there any members who have not voted and or wish to change their vote? If the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 21 and the nays are 12.
The amendment fails. The amendment passes, and we move on to the next amendment, which is the amendment designated Moore number 1. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Westerman, aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Sablan. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Gosar.
Yes.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Levin.
Levin votes no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Radewagen, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Leger Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster. Ms. Velasquez. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Ms. Velasquez vote no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Deguette.
No.
Ms. Deguette votes no. Mr. Fulcher.
Folger's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Mr. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle, no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Carl.
Carl, yes.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale's yes.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas. Mr. Moore.
Moore votes aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Harrell. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mrs. Boebert. Ms. McCollum. Mr. Obernolte.
Aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Bentz.
Bentz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Madam Secretary?
This is McCollum. I'd like to be recorded as a no.
Ms. McCollum votes no.
Madam Clerk?
Whitman votes aye.
McCollum votes no.
Sablan.
Is Mr. Sablan recorded?
Mr. Sablan is not recorded.
I vote no.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Ms. McCollum,
Aye. Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye.
Are all members who wish to vote voted, and are there any members who wish to change their vote? How is this? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 13 and the nays are 22.
The amendment designated as more number 1 is does not pass, and we move to amendment designated Harold number 2. The clerk will call the roll, please.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Sablan.
Sablan votes no.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Gosar.
Yes.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Levin.
Levin votes no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter. Mrs. Radawagan.
Radawagan, aye.
Mrs. Radawagan votes aye. Ms. Leisha Fernandez.
Leisha Fernandez votes no.
Leisha Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Duguette.
No.
Ms. Duguette votes no. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Miss Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. McKeechin. Mr. Carl.
Mr. Carl votes aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale is an aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas. Mr. Moore.
Moore votes aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Case.
No.
What happened?
Mr. Case votes no. Mrs. Boebert. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Bernoulli, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Bentz.
Vince votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Tonko. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Matsui votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Has any member not voted, wish to record their vote or to change their vote?
This is Representative Porter. How am I recorded?
How is Representative Porter recorded?
Representative Porter is not recorded.
I vote no.
Ms. Porter votes no.
Mr. Chairman, Graves, Louisiana.
How is Mr. Graves reported?
Mr. Graves is not recorded.
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye.
What's the score? Anyone else? Seeing none, hearing none, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 15 and the nays are 22.
The amendment fails, and we are now at amendment designated Herald number 3. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Sablan.
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Gosar.
Yes.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Nagus.
No.
Mr. Nagus votes no. Mr. Graves.
Yes. Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
Levin votes no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen.
Radewagen, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
DJ Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Duguette.
No.
Mr. Gett votes no. Mr. Fulcher?
Folgers, aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle, no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany votes aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Carl?
Carl, yes, and a quick question. Is staff allowed to vote for us?
No.
Well, I question some of the votes on here that are, sounds like the staff is voting for them. I request that you check them. Okay.
Just for your information, we request, what's required is a visible showing of the person and that person talking, and that has been the case thus far. There's been nobody else, staff or otherwise, interjecting themselves.
Mr. Chairman, I think he was making reference to your youthful appearance.
I would hope so, Mr. Graves, but I don't think that's the case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale is aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas? Mr. Moore?
Moore votes aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
No. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mrs. Boebert? Ms. McCollum?
No.
Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
Hold on. No. Mr. Cohen, no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Tonko?
Vince is a yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Tonko? Ms. Talib?
Votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Matsui?
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, it's Mr. Taco.
Mr. Tanko, you recognize? How is Mr. Tanko recorded?
Mr. Tonko is not recorded.
Taco votes no, please.
Mr. Tonko votes no.
Anyone else wish to be recorded or want to change their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
1524. 1650.
Which one is this one, Harold?
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 16 and the nays are 24.
The amendment fails, and we are now on amendment designated over number 1. The clerk will call the roll, please.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablan?
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Gosar?
Yes.
Mr. Gosar?
Yes.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves?
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin?
Levin votes no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss? Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radwagen?
Radwagen, aye.
Mrs. Radwagen votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
Leisure Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster? Ms. Velasquez?
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon? Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
No.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Ms. Brownlee?
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mrs. Dingle?
Votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Carl?
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale is an aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas? Mr. Moore?
Moore votes aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
No.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mrs. Boebert? Ms. McCollum?
McCollum, no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
Cohen, no. Cohen, no.
Mr. Cohen, I don't have a visual.
Gotta do that. My video. There we go. No.
I still don't have you on video, sir. Mr. Benz?
Mr. votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no, please.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Matsui?
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Mr. Han?
Trahan votes no.
Mr. Han votes no.
Are we, if I ask the clerk, is Mr. Cohen's situation been clarified in terms of his vote? Is he visible?
He is not.
Cohen votes no.
Sorry. Okay, what's the score?
Unfortunately, I did not see a visual.
Alrighty. Thank you. Are there any members who wish to vote and have not been recorded or change their votes? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 15 and the nays are 23.
The amendment fails, and we move to amendment designated Rosendale number 1. The clerk should call the roll, and the staff with Mr. Cohen should see about his technical situation. But if the clerk would please call, thank you.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablan?
Sablan is a no.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Gosar.
Yes.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Graves.
Graves votes aye.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
Levin votes no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagon.
Radawagon, aye.
Mrs. Radawagon votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Leisure Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster. Ms. Velazquez.
Ms. Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velazquez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon. Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Daggett.
No.
Ms. Daggett votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Carl.
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas. Mr. Moore.
Moore votes aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mrs. Bobert. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Bentz.
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Mr. Han.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Neguse votes no.
How's Mr. Neguse recorded?
Mr. Neguse has voted no.
Anyone else wish to be recorded on this vote or want to change their vote? Vote is closed. And if not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
15, 24. 15, 24. Mr. Chair, on this vote, we have 15 yeas and 24 nays.
The amendment fails, and we move to amendment designated Rosendale number 2. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes young. Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
Votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Sablon.
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Gosar.
Yes.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves.
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
Levin votes no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagon.
Radawagon, aye.
Mrs. Radawagon votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Leisure Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
No.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Carl.
Carl votes yes.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Sam Nicholas. Mr. Moore. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia is no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mrs. Bobert. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Bentz.
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Tran.
Trahan votes no.
Mr. Han votes no.
To be recorded. If any member not voted and wishes to be recorded or to change their vote.
How is Rep Moore recorded?
Mr. Moore is not recorded.
Moore votes aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye.
Anyone else? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 15 and the nays are 24.
The amendment fails, and we move to amendments designated Graves 21 and 22 in block, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No?
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young.
States and mayors.
Mr. Costa.
Votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Sablon.
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Gosar.
Yes.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves.
Graves, yes. Hang on, my camera. Sorry. There we go. Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves, I don't have a visual.
You do look better, though.
Y'all are so awesome. It's my videos. Tell you what, I will.
Mr. Graves votes no. I have a visual. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin?
Levin votes no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss? Ms. Porter?
See if we can mess with this a little bit.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen?
Radewagen, I.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster? Ms. Velasquez?
Vote no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Deget?
No.
Ms. Deget votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Staubers, yes.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Carl?
Carl, yes.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas? Mr. Moore? Mr. Garcia?
Garcia is a no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mrs. Bobert? Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Bentz?
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Matsui?
Tui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Tran?
Trahan votes no.
Mr. Trahan votes no.
Are there any members who were?
Mr. Chair. Yeah, Mr. Cullen would like to be recorded as
Mr. Cohen is not recorded.
be recorded as a no.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Thank you.
Rep Moore would like to be recorded as an aye.
Mr. Moore?
Mr. Moore is votes aye.
Anyone else? If there's no members that wish to vote or change their vote, the vote is closed. Get the clerk's report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 15 and the nays are 24.
The amendments in block fail, and we move to amendment number 25, Mr. Graves' amendment, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
Mr. votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablan?
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Gosar.
Yes.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves.
Sorry, you're on mute. Hello?
Mr. Neguse.
Graves, yes.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
Levin votes no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Ratterwagon.
Ratterwagon, aye.
Mrs. Ratterwagon votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Leisure Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster. Ms. Velasquez.
Ms. Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez, oh, there you are. Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. Duquette.
No.
Ms. Duquette votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle, no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany votes aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Carl.
Mr. Carl, yes.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. Soto.
No.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, no.
Mr. Rosendale votes no. Mr. Sam Nicholas. Mr. Moore.
Moore votes aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mrs. Bobert. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
No. Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen, I don't have a visual.
Well, I've got my videos running. Maybe there, I see myself on the chart.
Okay, we got you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Benz.
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Any members that are not recorded wish to be recorded? Any members wishing to change their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 14 and the nays are 25.
The amendment fails and we move to amendment designated Bobert number 2. The clerk call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Sablan.
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes no.
Further down, you need to
Mr.
put.
Gallego votes no. Mr. Gosar?
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
Neguse votes no.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves?
Graves, yes.
Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin?
Levin votes no.
Okay.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss?
I'm not.
Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagon?
Radawagon, aye.
Mrs. Radawagon votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster? Ms. Velasquez?
Ms. Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
No.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Tiffany, I did not get a visual.
I should be on. Can you see me?
Yes, yes, sir, sorry.
How am I recorded?
Mr. McEachin? Mr. Carl?
Carl, yes.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Sam Nicholas? Mr. Moore?
Moore votes aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mrs. Bobert? Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
Cohen votes no. Cohen votes
Mr.
no.
Cohen votes no.
Who's got a thing?
Mr. Benz?
Somebody?
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Matsui?
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Mr. Han votes no.
Mr. votes no.
Anyone, any member not recorded or wishes to change their vote?
Mr. Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no.
Thank you, Mr. Costa. If there is no, if not, vote is closed. And the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 15 and the nays are 24.
The amendment fails, and we now go to amendment designated Herald number 1. The clerk will call the roll, please.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa? Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablon?
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Huffman?
Huffman, no.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves.
Gosar's yes.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Graves.
Graves votes yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
Levin votes no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagon.
Radawagon, aye.
Mrs. Radawagon votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Phonetic, I guess.
Ms. Velasquez.
Ms. Velasquez vote no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Gett.
No.
Mr. Gett votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Carl.
Mr. Carl, yes.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Who votes no?
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Sam Nicholas. Mr. Moore.
Votes aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia's no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mrs. Boebert. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Benz.
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Mr. Han votes no.
Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes.
Mr. Costa votes no.
How is Ms. Dingle recorded?
Ms. Dingle's not recorded.
No.
Mrs. Dingle votes no.
Thank you. Are there members who wish to vote and have not voted or changed their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
24. Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 15 and the nays are 24.
The amendment fails. And now the question is on adopting HR 1503 as amended and ordered in favor reported to the House. Mr. Westman, if I may inquire, is it going to be a recorded vote stipulated on this, on final passage?
It will be, Mr. Chairman.
Then if with your concurrence, we'll just go to that roll call as opposed to going through the other machinations prior to that. Is that okay?
Sounds efficient and works for me.
Okay. A recorded vote has been requested on 1503 final passage. The clerk shall call the roll. And the motion is on favor of reporting HR 1503 to the House as amended. The clerk will call roll. Thank you.
Mr. Grijalva.
Yes.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Westerman.
No.
Mr. Westerman votes no. Mrs. Napolitano.
Aye.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
Mr. Costa votes yes.
Mr. Costa votes aye. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Sablan.
Yes.
Mr. Sablan votes aye. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes no.
Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, yes.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Whitman.
Whitman votes no.
Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes yes.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. McClintock. Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes aye.
Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Gosar.
No.
Mr. Gosar votes no.
No.
Mr. Neguse.
Yes.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Mr. Graves.
Graves, no.
Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Levin.
Levin votes yes.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
Yes.
Ms. Porter votes aye. Mrs. Radawagon.
Radawagon, nay.
Mrs. Radawagon votes no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Leger Fernandez votes yes.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes aye. Mr. Webster. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez vote aye.
Ms. Velasquez votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes no.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes no. Ms. DeGette.
Aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mrs. Dingle.
No.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, no.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Carl.
No.
Mr. Carl votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes yes.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale is a no.
Mr. Rosendale votes no. Mr. San Nicolas. Mr. Moore.
Moore votes no.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia is aye.
Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes no.
Ms. Harrell votes no. Mr. Case.
Aye.
Mr. Case votes aye. Mrs. Bobert. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes yes.
Ms. McCollum votes aye. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, no.
Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. Cohen.
Votes yes.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Bentz.
Mr. Benz votes no.
Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes yes.
Ms. Talib votes aye. Aye. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes yes.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes yes.
Ms. Trahan votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
How is Representative Dingle recorded?
Mrs. Dingle was recorded as a no.
Mr. Chairman, may I change that to aye, please? Thank you.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye.
If no, if all the members have recorded their vote or don't wish to change their vote, if not, I don't see. The vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 15.
Thank you. The ayes have it. The bill is adopted as amended and ordered favorably reported, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Mr. Westerman, do you wish to insert the statement?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, under Committee Rule 5C, I give notice of my intention to put all additional or dissenting views on the bill just considered and all bills considered during this markup, and I ask unanimous consent that this notice be extended to all members.
Without objection, so ordered. Thank you. Now we're returning to HR 1517. The question is on the unfinished business, which is the amendments, 6 of them. Let us begin with amendment designated Porter number 2. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
Yes.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Westerman?
No.
Mr. Westerman votes no. Mrs. Napolitano?
Yes.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
Costa votes aye.
Mr. Costa votes aye. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablon?
Pass.
Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes no.
Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman, aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Whitman? Mr. Lowenthal?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gosar?
No.
Mr. Gosar votes no. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Mr. Graves?
Graves votes no.
Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Levin?
Levin votes aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Mr. Heiss? Ms. Porter?
Yes.
Ms. Porter votes aye. Mrs. Rattawagen?
Rattawagen, nay.
Mrs. Rattawagen votes no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
Yes.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes aye. Mr. Webster?
If you could wait.
Ms. Velasquez?
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
No, I'm sorry. Velasquez votes aye.
Ms. Velasquez votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Gonzalez Colon votes no.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes no. Ms. DeGette?
Aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Ms. Brownlee? Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mrs. Dingle?
Aye.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, no.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Carl?
No.
Mr. Carl votes no. Mr. Soto?
Votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale is a no.
Mr. Rosendale votes no. Mr. Sam Nicholas? Mr. Moore? Mr. Garcia?
Garcia is aye.
Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes no.
Ms. Harrell votes no. Mr. Case?
Aye.
Mr. Case votes aye. Mrs. Boebert? Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes aye.
Ms. McCollum votes aye. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, no.
Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Bentz?
Advance is a no.
Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes yes.
Ms. Talib votes aye. Ms. Matsui?
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye.
Mr. Cohen recorded.
Recorded.
Recorded as aye.
Mr. Cohen votes aye.
How is Gallego recorded?
Mr. Gallego is not recorded.
Gallego votes aye.
Mr. Gallego votes aye.
Sublime recorded.
Mr. Sablon is not recorded.
Aye.
Mr. Sablon votes aye.
How is Whitman recorded?
Recorded as an aye.
I'd like to change my vote to a no.
Votes no.
How is Brownlee recorded?
Ms. Brownlee is not recorded.
Brownlee votes aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye.
Are there any members who wish to vote and have not, or to change their vote?
How is Moore recorded?
Mr. Moore is not recorded.
Moore votes no.
Mr. Moore votes no.
Anyone else wish to record their votes that's not recorded or change it? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
2415? Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 24 and the nays are 15.
The amendment passes, and we move to amendment designated Beaufort number 1. The clerk will call.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
Costa votes aye.
Mr. Costa votes aye. Mr. Gomert?
Excuse me, Mr. Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablan?
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman? Mr. Lowenthal?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Gallego?
Mr. Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Gosar?
Yes.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Graves?
Graves votes yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin?
Levin votes no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss? Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagon?
Radawagon, aye.
Mrs. Radawagon votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster? Ms. Velasquez?
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
No.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Ms. Brownlee?
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes, I do not have a visual, Ms. Brownlee. Ms. Brown, I have a visual. Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Nope, that's a mistake.
Mr.
All right, go ahead,
Tiffany
Costa,
votes
sorry.
aye. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Carl?
Carl, yes.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas? Mr. Moore? Mr. Garcia?
Garcia's a no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Case votes no. Mrs. Boebert? Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Cohen?
No. No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Bentz?
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Nope. Talib is nope.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Are there any members who wish to record their vote? And if not,
How is Moore recorded?
Moore is not recorded. Mr. Moore is not recorded.
Moore votes aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye.
any other members or wish to change their vote? If not, the vote is closed. Clerk shall report.
This vote, the yeas are 15 and the nays are 24.
The amendment fails, and we move to amendment designated Rosendale number 3. The clerk shall please call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young.
Is Dan breaking up or is it just me?
Mr. Costa. Gomert. Mr. Sablon.
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Woodman.
Votes aye.
Mr. Woodman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar.
Yes.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Nagus. Mr. Graves.
Graves is yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
Levin votes no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagon.
Radawagon, aye.
Mrs. Radawagon votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez.
No.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster.
Yeah, Dan, can you fix your, is it just me or is his audio keep going in and out?
Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
No.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Ingalls, no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Carl.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale is an aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Sam Nicholas. Mr. Moore. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia is no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mrs. Boebert. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Bentz.
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Matsui. Trahan. Trahan
Is
votes
there any members wish to, who have not voted, wish to record their vote?
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Ms. Trahan votes no. Mr. Costa is not recorded.
Mr. Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no.
How's Mr. Gallego recorded?
Mr. Gallego is not recorded.
Gallego votes no.
Anyone else?
How is Moore recorded?
Mr. Moore is not recorded.
Moore votes aye. I apologize, everyone.
Mr. Moore votes aye.
How are you? Yes, I did. I sent a note there. Sorry.
Anyone else wish to vote or change their vote? No?
Okay, so it was Dan. So it was Dan then.
The vote is closed and the clerk shall report, and mute should be okay for the rest of us.
Mr. Chairman, can we ask that everyone please
Yes.
mute themselves?
Yeah.
We need to mute, you're having important conversations, but those need to be muted so that the rest of us don't hear your important conversations. We would appreciate that. The vote is closed. The clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 15 and the nays are 22.
Amendment fails. Amendment designated Graves number 7. The clerk shall call.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
Mr. votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablon?
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Mr. Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Gosar?
Yes.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Nagoose? Mr. Graves? Mr. Levin?
Levin votes no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss? Ms. Porter?
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radawagon?
Radawagon, aye.
Mrs. Radawagon votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster? Ms. Velasquez?
Oh, no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
No.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle, no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Carl?
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas? Mr. Moore?
Moore votes aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia is a no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Case?
Be right with you, Jeff.
Mr. Case votes no. Mrs. Boebert? Mrs. McCullum?
No.
Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum votes no. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Bentz?
Mr. Bance votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Matsui?
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Tran?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Mr. Cohen recorded as no.
Mr. Cohen is recorded as no. Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded, Mr. Costa?
Mr. Costa is recorded as a no.
Thank you.
Anyone wish to change their vote or record their vote? If not, the vote is closed.
Mr. Chairman? Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, Graves, could I please be recorded as a yes?
Mr. Graves votes aye.
Mr. Graves votes aye. If the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 15 and the nays are 23.
The amendment fails, and we move to amendment designated Graves number 6.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
Morgan?
Votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Golmert? Mr. Sablon?
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Yes.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Gallego? Mr. Gosar?
Yes.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Nagoose? Mr. Graves,
I'm going to vote real quick.
Mr. Levin,
I'm voting right now.
11 votes no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss, Ms. Porter,
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen,
Rattlewagon, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez,
No.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster, Ms. Velazquez,
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velazquez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon,
Cologne votes yes.
Colon votes aye. Mr. Gett,
No.
Mr. Gett votes no. Mr. Fulcher, Ms. Brownlee,
Conley votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Stauber,
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mrs. Dingle,
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Tiffany,
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. McEachin, Mr. Carl,
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. Soto,
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Rosendale,
Rosendale is a yes.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. Sam Nicholas, Mr. Moore,
Moore votes aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Garcia,
Garcia's a no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Harrell,
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Case,
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mrs. Boebert, Ms. McCullum,
McCullum votes no.
Ms. McCullum votes no. Mr. Obernolte,
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Cohen,
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Bentz,
How's Gallego recorded?
Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Tonko,
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib,
Sorry.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Matsui,
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Tran,
Tran votes no.
Mr. Han votes no.
Are any members who are not recorded wish to vote?
How's Gallego recorded?
Mr. Gallego?
Mr. Gallego is not recorded.
Gallego's a no.
Mr. Gallego votes no.
Graves is yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye.
If there is, if not, the vote is closed
1523.
and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 15 and the nays are 23.
The amendment fails, and we now move to Boebert number 2, amendment number 2. The clerk should call the roll, please. Thank you.
Mr. Grijalva,
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman,
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano,
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young, Mr. Costa,
Votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert, Mr. Sablon,
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn,
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman,
Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman,
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal,
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock, Mr. Gallego, Mr. Gosar,
Yes.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Nagus, Mr. Graves,
Graves is yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin,
Levin votes no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss, Ms. Porter,
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen,
Rattlewagon, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez,
Leisure Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster, Ms. Velazquez,
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velazquez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon,
Gonzalez Colón votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Gett,
No.
Mr. Gett votes no. Mr. Fulcher, Ms. Brownlee,
Conley votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, I.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Carl.
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas. Mr. Moore. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia's a no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mrs. Bobert. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Bentz.
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Sorry. Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Hold on one second.
Comment recorded, Rep. Soto.
Mr. Soto is not recorded.
Soto votes no.
Soto
Oh,
votes
yeah.
no.
How's Mr. Cohen reported?
Is Mr. Cohen reported?
Mr. Cohen is not recorded.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
How is Napolitano recorded?
Ms. Napolitano is recorded as a no.
Thank you.
Any other members wish to record their vote, change their vote?
How's Gallego recorded?
Mr. Gallego?
Good is not recorded.
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no.
Thank you, Mr. Gallego.
1422.
If there's no other members wish to record their vote or change their vote, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
1422. Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 14 and the nays are 22.
The amendment fails, and now the question is on adopting HR 1517 as amended and ordered in favor reported to the House. Mr. Westerman, if I may again, are you going to request a recorded vote?
That is the intention, Mr. Chairman.
Then I will fulfill your intention and move to the clerk calling the roll on final passage.
Mr. Grijalva.
Aye.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Westerman.
No.
Mr. Westerman votes no. Mrs. Napolitano.
Yes.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
Mr. Costa votes aye.
Mr. Costa votes aye. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Sablon.
Having been stayed up since midnight, 3 days in a row, yes.
Mr. Sablon votes aye. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes no.
Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman votes aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Whitman.
Whitman votes no.
Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. McClintock. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Graves.
No.
Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Levin.
Levin votes aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
Yes.
Ms. Porter votes aye. Mrs. Radewagen.
Radewagen, nay.
Mrs. Radewagen?
Nay.
Votes no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Leisure Fernandez votes aye.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes aye. Mr. Webster. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez votes aye.
Ms. Velazquez votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Votes no.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes no. Mr. Gett.
Aye.
Mr. Gett votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mrs. Dingle.
Votes aye.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, no.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Carl.
No.
Mr. Carl votes no. Mr. Soto.
Votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, no.
Mr. Rosendale votes no. Mr. Sam Nicholas. Mr. Moore. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia is an aye.
Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes no.
Ms. Harrell votes no. Mr. Case.
Aye.
Mr. Case votes aye. Mrs. Boebert. McCollum.
McCollum votes aye.
Ms. McCollum votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes.
Mr. Cohen votes aye.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Bentz.
Mr. Bentz votes no.
Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes yes.
Ms. Talib votes aye. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes yes.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Tran.
Trahan votes
It's gonna
aye.
be 23
Ms.
or
Tran votes
something.
aye.
How's Mr. Gosar recorded?
Mr. Gosar is not recorded.
No.
Mr. Gosar votes no.
How's Mr. Gallego recorded?
Mr. Gallego is not recorded.
Aye.
Gallego votes aye.
How's Obernolte recorded?
Mr. Obernolte is not recorded.
Obernolte, no.
Mr. Obernolte votes no.
Any other members wish to be recorded or change their votes? Okay. If not, then the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 23 and the nays are 14.
The recorded vote, the ayes have it, and the bill is adopted as amended and ordered favorably reported. And the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. We now move to amendments to HR 1505, bonding reform by Mr. Lowenthal. And returning to 1505, the First Amendment. The question is under the unfinished business, the amendments to Representative Lowenthal's ANS, and we have Graves number 83 designated, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No?
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman.
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young. Mr. Costa.
Mr. Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Sablan. Mr. Lamborn.
I think Mr. Sablan has fallen asleep.
No,
Lamborn,
I vote no, I said.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman votes no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Mr. Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Gallego votes no. Mr. Gosar.
Yes.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Graves.
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin.
Levin votes no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss. Mr. Porter.
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Rattawagon.
Radwagon, aye.
Mrs. Radabacken votes aye. Ms. Leger Fernandez. Mr. Webster.
Leger Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Webster. Ms. Velazquez.
Velasquez vote no.
Ms. Velazquez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Mr. Gett.
No.
Mr. Gett votes no. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. Brownlee.
He votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Carl.
Carl, aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas. Mr. Moore. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia's an aye.
Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Harrell.
Ms. Harrell votes no.
Ms. Harrell votes no. Mr. Case.
No. I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Case.
Excuse me. Aye.
Case votes. Mr. Case votes no. Mrs. Boebert. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Cohen.
Votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Bentz.
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
He votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Any members wish to record their votes or change their votes, please?
How is case recorded?
How's Mr. Case recorded?
Mr. Case is recorded as a no.
Thank you. No.
And how's Garcia recorded?
Mr. Garcia is recorded as a yes.
I'd like to change that to a no.
Mr. Garcia votes no.
How is Representative Harrell recorded?
Ms. Harrell is recorded as a no.
I'd like to change that to a yes.
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Anyone else? If not, vote is closed and the clerk will report. Thank you. We have to record a vote on this too, right?
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 14 and the nays are 23.
The amendment is not approved. The question is on the Lowenthal ANS to HR 1505 and to report.
I didn't ever do it.
Excuse me. What are we doing, the ANS first? It is on the Lowenthal ANS as amended. As, members in favor will unmute and indicate by saying aye. Aye. Hang on. Those opposed indicate by saying no.
No.
The ayes have to have it, right? The ayes have it, and the ANS is agreed to. The question is now on adopting 1505 as amended and ordering it favorably reported to the House. Mr. Westerman, I'm assuming this is a recorded vote as well?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we'll ask for a recorded vote.
Thank you, sir. With that, let me ask the clerk to read the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
Yes.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Westerman?
No.
Mr. Westerman votes no. Mrs. Napolitano?
Yes.
Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa.
Mr. Costa votes aye.
Mr. Costa votes aye. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Sablon.
No, aye.
Mr. Sablon votes aye. Mr. Lamborn.
Lamborn votes no.
Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Huffman.
Huffman votes aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Woodman. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Whitman votes no.
Mr. Woodman votes no. Mr. Lowenthal.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. McClintock. Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes aye.
Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Gosar.
No.
Mr. Gosar votes no. Mr. Nagus. Mr. Graves.
Graves is yes. No,
Mr.
no,
Graves
no,
votes-
no, sorry, no.
Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Levin.
Levin is yes.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Mr. Heiss. Ms. Porter.
Yes.
Ms. Porter votes aye. Mrs. Rattawagen.
Rattawagen, nay.
Mrs. Rattawagen votes no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
Leger Fernandez votes
Leisure Fernandez votes aye. Mr. Webster. Ms. Velasquez.
Velasquez votes aye.
Ms. Velasquez votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
Gonzalez Colon votes no.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes no. Ms. Deguette.
Aye.
Ms. Deguette votes aye. Mr. Fulcher. Ms. Brownlee. Mr. Stauber.
Mr. Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mrs. Dingle.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Tiffany.
Tiffany, no.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Carl.
Carl, no.
Mr. Carl votes no. Mr. Soto.
Votes yes.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale is a no.
Mr. Rosendale votes no. Mr. San Nicolas. Mr. Moore.
Moore votes no.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia's an aye.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Harrell.
No, and aye.
Garcia was an aye.
Sorry, Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Harrell.
Miss Harrell votes no.
Ms. Harrell votes no. Mr. Case.
Aye.
Mr. Case votes aye. Mrs. Boebert. Ms. McCollum.
McCollum votes aye.
Ms. McCollum votes aye. Mr. Obernolte.
Obernolte, no.
Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. Cohen.
Aye.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Bentz.
Mr. Bentz votes no.
Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Taco votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes yes.
Ms. Talib votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui. I don't have a audio.
You can.
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. And Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye.
Are there members who wish to record their vote?
Mr. Chairman, Brownlee would like to vote aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye.
Thank you. If there's no other members who wish to record their vote or change their vote, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 23 and the nays are 15.
The ayes have it and the recorded vote, the bill is adopted. And as amended and ordered favorably reported, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Thank you. Now we move to amendments to HR 1506. The question is on the unfinished business, beginning with amendment designated Lowenthal number 1. The clerk will call the roll, please.
Mr. Grijalva.
Aye.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Westerman.
No.
Mr. Westerman votes no. Mrs. Napolitano?
Aye.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
Mr. votes aye.
Mr. Costa votes aye. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablon?
Sablon, aye.
Mr. Sablon votes aye. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Huffman?
Huffman, aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye.
Gallego votes yes.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes no.
Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Lowenthal?
Aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes aye.
Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Gosar?
No.
Mr. Gosar votes no. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Graves?
Graves is no.
Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Levin?
Levin votes aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Mr. Heiss? Ms. Porter?
Yes.
Ms. Porter votes aye. Mrs. Radawagon?
Radawagon, nay.
Mrs. Radawagon votes no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
Yes.
Leisure Fernandez votes aye. Mr. Webster? Ms. Velasquez?
Velasquez votes aye.
Ms. Velasquez votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Colon votes no.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes no. Ms. DeGette?
Aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes aye.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mrs. Dingle?
Aye.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, no.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Carl?
Carl, no.
Mr. Carl votes no. Mr. Soto?
Aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale is a no.
Mr. Rosendale votes no. Mr. San Nicholas? Mr. Moore?
Moore votes nay.
Mr. Moore votes no. No. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia is an aye.
Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes no.
Ms. Harrell votes no. Mr. Case?
Aye.
Mr. Case votes aye. Mrs. Boebert? Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes aye.
Ms. McCollum votes aye. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, no.
Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. Cohen?
Cohen votes aye.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Bentz?
Mr. Benz votes no.
Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes yes.
Ms. Talib votes aye. Ms. Matsui?
Matsui votes aye.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Tran?
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye.
So, and sorry, I had to jump off. So the way I think about it, and I'm sure it's going to sound.
Mr. Chairman, how is Mr. Lamborn recorded?
Mr. Lamborn is not recorded.
Are there other members?
Lamborn votes.
Please, Mr. Lambert, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, that's okay. Lamborn votes no.
Mr. Lamborn votes no.
Any other members wish to be recorded that are not, or wish to change their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 23 and the nays are 15.
The amendment passes, and we move to the next amendment designated Stauber number 1, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablon?
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes aye.
Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman, no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Mr. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Gallego, Mr. Gosar,
Aye.
Mr. Gosar votes aye. Mr. Neguse, Mr. Graves,
Graves is yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Levin,
Levin votes no.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Heiss,
Skipped.
Ms. Porter,
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no.
Neguse is no.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. Porter,
No.
Ms. Porter votes no. Mrs. Radewagen,
Radewagen, aye.
Mrs. Radewagen votes aye. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, Mr. Webster, Ms. Velasquez,
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon,
Gonzalez Colon votes aye.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes aye. Ms. DeGette,
No.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Fulcher, Ms. Brownlee,
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Stauber,
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mrs. Dingle,
Votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Tiffany,
Tiffany, aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. McEachin, Mr. Carl,
Carl, yes.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Mr. Soto,
Votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. Rosendale, Mr. San Nicolas, Mr. Moore,
Moore votes aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Garcia,
Garcia is a no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Harrell,
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Case,
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Mrs. Boebert, Ms. McCollum,
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Obernolte,
Obernolte, aye.
Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Cohen, Mr. Bentz,
Mr. Benz votes yes.
Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Tonko,
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib,
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Matsui, and
Rosendale's aye.
Any other members wish to be recorded?
Leisure Fernandez votes no.
Trahan votes no.
Rosendale, aye.
Cohen, no.
Anyone else wish to record their vote or change their vote?
I need the numbers.
If not,
Did
1521?
Mr. Chair just wanted to verify that she received that Leisure Fernandez voted no?
Ms. Leisure Fernandez
How is
voted
Ms.
no.
yes, thank you.
Voted no.
Mr. Chair, do you have Rosendale recorded?
Mr.
How is-
Ro-
That was
Mr.
Mr. Rosendale, Mr. Cohen, and recorded.
Announcement.
Dale is an aye, is recorded as a yes. Mr. Cohen is recorded as a no. And Mr. Han is voted as no.
Okay.
Rosendale,
And Mr. Rosendale is recorded as an aye.
thank you.
Anyone else? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
1523. What do you have?
If
1523. 1423.
clerk will report, that's okay.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, we have the yeas are 14 and the nays are 22.
The amendment fails, and now the question is on adopting HR 1506 as amended and ordering it favorably reported to the House. Mr. Westerman, would you require a recorded vote?
Mr. Chairman, you'll be pleased to know that this is the last recorded vote we will request today.
I realize that you put the caveat of today in there, but let me, on that, if the clerk will please call the roll on final passage of 1506. Huh? As amended.
Mr. Grijalva?
Yes.
Mr. Grijalva votes aye. Mr. Westerman?
No.
Mr. Westerman votes no. Mrs. Napolitano?
Yes.
Mrs. Napolitano votes aye. Mr. Young? Mr. Costa?
Mr. Costa votes aye.
Mr. Costa votes aye. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Sablon?
Yes.
Mr. Sablon votes aye. Mr. Lamborn?
Lamborn votes no.
Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman, aye.
Mr. Huffman votes aye. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes no.
Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Lowenthal?
Votes aye.
Mr. Lowenthal votes aye. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes aye.
Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Gosar?
No.
Mr. Gosar votes no. Mr. Neguse?
Aye.
Mr. Neguse votes aye. Mr. Graves? Mr. Levin?
Levin votes aye.
Mr. Levin votes aye. Mr. Heiss? Ms. Porter?
Yes.
Ms. Porter votes aye. Mrs. Radawagon?
Radawagon, nay.
Mrs. Radawagon votes no. Ms. Leisure Fernandez?
Leisure Fernandez votes yes.
Ms. Leisure Fernandez votes aye. Mr. Webster? Ms. Velasquez?
Velasquez votes aye.
Ms. Velasquez votes aye. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Gonzalez Colon votes no.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes no. Ms. DeGette?
Aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Fulcher? Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes aye.
I am here.
Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Stauber?
Stauber votes no.
Mr. Stauber votes no. Mrs. Dingle?
Hang on one sec.
Mrs. Dingle?
Dingle votes aye.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Tiffany?
Tiffany, no.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. McEachin? Mr. Carl?
No.
Mr. Carl votes no. Mr. Soto?
Votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale is a no.
Mr. Rosendale votes no. Mr. Sam Nicholas? Mr. Moore?
Moore votes nay.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia's an aye.
Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes no.
Ms. Harrell votes no. Mr. Case?
Aye.
Mr. Case votes aye. Mrs. Boebert? Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes aye.
Ms. McCollum votes aye. Mr. Obernolte?
Obernolte, no.
Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Bentz?
Mr. Benson is a no.
Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Talib?
Votes yes.
Ms. Talib votes aye. Ms. Matsui?
Matsui votes yes.
Ms. Matsui votes aye. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes yes.
Mr. Han votes aye.
Has Mr. Cohen recorded?
Mr. Cohen is not recorded.
Vote aye.
Mr. Cohen votes aye.
Graves, Louisiana, no.
Mr. Graves votes no.
Are there any members who are not recorded, wish to be recorded, or want to change their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk will report.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 24, 15. Four, 15. What do you have? What do you have? Okay, that's fine. 24, 16. On this vote, we have 24 yeas and 15 nays.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted as amended in order favorably reported. to the House, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Thank you very much. I want to thank the members as we go into the UC package. Before that, just to thank everybody for their time, and to also that we're in the process of going to discuss with Mr. Westerman and also with the staff, and I've already had some discussions with members relative to as we saw with this markup, the tendency for them to go long is not going to change. And and because of that, I think beginning to talk about multiple markup days, not just one, in order to get the business that we have to have done. We'll explore that, talk to you and your offices about it. I think that's a better use of time, and for all the members that are busy on this committee on both sides, also allow them some flexibility in terms of the schedule that they have to keep, and we'll make that effort. And I'll talk to the committee chairs about that, as well as individual members, and of course have that discussion with Mr. Westerman. If the process is going to be lengthy, then fine. We just need to find the workspace and the work hours on other days, but the work needs to get done regardless. Thank you. With the cooperation of the ranking member Westerman and other members of the committee, it appears we have worked out an agreement on 3 bills scheduled for markup today. Before we begin, does any member seek time to speak on any of the bills in the unanimous consent package? They are HR 44-3, the Alaska Native Tribe Health Consortium and Land Transfer Act, HR 1029, the Free Veterans from Fees Act, and HR 2348, Advancing Conservation and Education Act. Does anybody wish to be recognized? Mr. Cohen, I think you indicated that you wanted to be recognized. You recognized, sir, for 5 minutes.
Yes, sir, on 2348. Reason I want to be recognized on 2348 is there's concern that this might have greater impact. I think Mr. Stewart needs to be clear and make sure that it doesn't go any further than we want to. We wanted to talk about the Advancing Conservation and Education Act allows for relinquishment of land grant parcels, and the state may select public land in exchange in terms of what could be obtained. There are certain exclusions in the bill. Maya is currently written herd areas, management areas, and wild horse territories designated federal law as habitat for wild horses and burros would be fair game for transferring to states. My concern is this bill puts these animals in danger of losing critical habitat. American wild horses and burros are federally protected species as designated by the 1971 Wild Free Roaming Horses and Burros Act, which was unanimously passed by Congress to protect them because they were fast disappearing, cherished by the American public, everybody that liked all the horses that we've known growing up on television, Trigger and all those other horses. 80% of Americans support the protection. Wild horses inhabit only a small portion of public lands, and they're found in 10 western states, etc. So what we want to ensure is that the land where the wild horses live remains protected. Hope Congressman Stewart will hear my concerns and work with me to ensure that wild horses and burros are not overlooked by this legislation. Out of respect to the committee and to Congressman Stewart, because we haven't had a chance to talk, I will withdraw my amendment in the hopes that we can work something out to clarify that that's not the area in which he wanted to go. I can't hear anything, but I guess, y'all heard me, I guess? Mr. Westerman, I see you. Can you hear?
We heard you.
So I withdraw the amendment, hope to work something out with Mr. Stewart and the staff can work something out to take care of the horses and burros.
Mr. Chair, this is McCollum.
Let me recognize Representative McCollum.
Thank you. Mr. Cohen, I think you should also talk to the Full Appropriations Committee. There is some concern about the land not being able to support so many, and we're looking for some horse-friendly ways in which to monitor the population. Just talking to Mr. Stewart is marvelous, and it's a good idea, and I support it, and I've worked with Mr. Stewart on this issue, but I suggest that you speak to Ms. Pingree as well.
I always enjoy talking to Ms. Pingree. And
everybody does.
Mr. Chairman.
Who wish to be recognized? Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for working with Mr. Westerman on a UC package. I missed 2 votes in the earlier roll call. I was meeting with the group, and I just want to fulfill a commitment I made to my friend Mr. Levin on his amendment. I appreciate him working try to address the concerns that were raised. I still have concerns with the amendment in the underlying bill. I do want to, for the record, state that if I had been present during the vote, I would have voted for Mr. Levin's amendment. Secondly, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
This committee policy, and I have respect for my friends on our side and on the other side that have policy debates. There were a few things, in my opinion, that crossed the line, and I want to be very clear to the gentlelady from California that if she has any concerns about my ethics or the performance of my job that would violate the rules of the House, the venue to deal with that would be a complaint to the Ethics Committee, and I would urge that that be the direction of her efforts rather than making baseless allegations before the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone else? Mr. Cohen, if I may, let me recognize myself. I think your point is a valid point. This has been a discussion point on many and a very, very difficult issue for land managers to deal with and for the nonprofits that are the advocates for the wild horses, even a more difficult situation, particularly the last 4 years. So as the legislation go forward, you have my commitment, and having worked with Mr. Stewart, he is, I think he's more than willing to have those discussions with you. But as the legislation moves forward, and thank you for bringing that up. With regard to propriety.
And not to interrupt the flow, because let's get through them all. But members should know we hear that a fair amount. I mean, it's a redistricting year, obviously.
Anyway, somebody needs to be muted. The next issue I want to talk about is the propriety of the meeting. I try very hard to allow people to have their say, and part of that process is that in debating these I think that it's not that the debate is open for anything, but as far as I was concerned, during this round of debate, whether it was Ms. Porter's bill, Mr. Lowenthal's bill, Mr. Levin's bill, my bill, and other pieces of legislation that we discussed in this long markup, I think the propriety and the level of debate was good. I don't think there was any real personal attacks, and when they started, they ended very quickly. I think that the passion that everyone has for these issues is bound to be a point of contention, but the fact that these issues have to be resolved and dealt with is also important, and that's why the work of this committee is going to be so vital, and maybe that's why we have to turn up the number of days in which we do these kinds of formal committee business in order to get our job done, and not be sitting having endless discussions about items that can't go forward because we don't have enough time. I want to be able to defeat that and have enough time to get the work that we need done. So I didn't see anything improper today, and the day before was a brisk and needed debate, and I think more to come. With that, let me. I have a single UC motion to just what? We've done before. I'll make a single UC motion to discharge the agreed upon bills. And I want to thank again Mr. Westerman and his staff for their help on this. I ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee for Indigenous Peoples of the United States be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 44.3, the Alaskan Native Tribal Health Consortium Land Transfer Act. I ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee on National Parks, Forests, and Public Lands be discharged from consideration of H.R. 1029, the Free Veterans for Fees Act, and H.R. 2348, the Advancing Conservation and Education Act. Without objection, so ordered. Now I ask unanimous consent that the following bills be adopted and ordered favorably reported as described to the House of Representatives. H.R. 44-3, H.R. 1029, and H.R. 2348. Without objection, so ordered. Without objections, the motions to reconsider are laid upon the table. I think the clerk has a vote correction that she needs to make. I don't think it affects the outcome, but if the clerk would put that in the record.
Mr. Chair, the roll call vote to Stauber Amendment number 1 to HR 1506 was incorrect. Was announced incorrect. The amendment designated Stauber Amendment number 1 to HR 1506 failed by a roll call vote of 15 yeas and 23 nays.
Okay. So noted, and so this, all members have 2 days in which to file supplemental, additional minority, or dissenting views. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be allowed to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the bill ordered reported today, subject to the approval of the minority. And I ask unanimous consent that for any bill ordered reported today with amendments, that the bill be considered reported with an amendment to strike out all after the enacting clause and insert the text of the bill with its perfecting amendments adopted in committee. Without objection, so ordered. Again, thank you, Ranking Member Westerman, and all the other members of the committee for helping move this markup along. As tedious as it might have appeared to some, it was necessary and it moved along. And if there's no further business, the committee is adjourned. Thank you so much, and my appreciation.